Chapter 1459. In province, Tai Yi was deep in thought within the black mist. The light in his eyes flickered, and the surrounding space collapsed, spreading out for who knew how many tens of thousands of li, door-blocking coffin. In his long life, there were some vague clues that he had come into contact with these words in the past. At this moment, the door in front of him was unstable. The golden cracks rumbled, and the energy of the great Een realm continuously seeped out. This place had already become an incomparably terrifying land of death. Apart from a few ultimate existences, no one else could stop in this area. Otherwise, they would instantly turn into a pool of black blood and die without a burial. The personal disciples of these ultimate existences were all peak experts of a Yang realm, but they quickly fled after putting down the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used to break the door. They couldn't establish themselves at all and could only stand outside Een province. I have some impressions. At this moment, Tai Yi's expression was solemn. His expression changed, and some scenes from his youth appeared in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing. He was also young and full of vigor. He walked the mortal world with righteousness and became the protagonist of that era. Later on, he changed. For the sake of survival, for the sake of becoming stronger, he became more and more cold and emotionless, viewing all life in the world as ants. My grandmaster once mentioned it. At this moment, Tai Yi's expression completely changed. He finally remembered when he had come into contact with these words. It was in his youth, and it was too long ago. What kind of existence was he? Tai Yi originally didn't belong to this era. He had escaped the great calamity of the last era and hibernated in the ruins of the primal chaos sea. This kind of ancient life form had once belonged to the perished world. Because he had lived for too long, it was impossible for him to retain all of his memories. Some insignificant memories would be sealed or directly erased. The path of evolution was endless. Any expert could feel it during the process of life transition. If one's mind was pure and there were fewer distracting thoughts, it would be relatively easier for them to merge with the great Tao chains and transform. In order to maintain a pure and innocent heart, this kind of old antique would usually cut off many useless and trivial memories. But now, he had uncovered a dusty old memory, and he was so shocked that he felt a chill run down his back. In the trivial memories of his youth, there were actually fragments of such a terrifying event. At this time, everyone saw his expression and heard his words. They all realized that this matter was very serious and most likely extremely terrifying. The door-blocking coffin. This matter was very long ago and very miserable. It was once filled with blood and tears, and it concerned the life and death of everyone in the world. Tai Yi calmly said, "It was just a short sentence, but it immediately made everyone feel a sense of heaviness." Everyone turned around and looked through the gap in the door at the stone coffin that was chained by the great Tao of the four realms. In an instant, everyone felt a stirring and tragic feeling that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if they had seen a desolate event of the past, causing their hearts to feel heavy. My ancestor, in the last great era, could also be considered an unmatched creature in the heavens above and earth below. However, when that person's coffin was mentioned, he instead looked up to it with reverence. This sentence caused the expressions to change. The expressions of the ultimate existences to change. The sarcophagus became even more mysterious and unfathomable in their eyes, as if they were experiencing some kind of desolation. Of in, comma, the comma, of comma, of the of in of. Someone carried a coffin and blocked the door, blocking the catastrophe and protecting the world. The door-blocking coffin doesn't only save our Yang realm, it also saves other worlds. The founding master mentioned that all the great worlds in the heavens will be affected. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all be corroded by the blood that flows down from the sky. The world will turn the color of blood from then on. All things will die, all races will wither, and there will be no more vitality. This was the memory that Tai Yi had provided. It was very concise, and there was no more detailed information. However, Those ultimate creatures all became silent. They remained silent for a long time, feeling the terror of that era, as well as the tragedy of that era. Blood flowed through the heavens, all worlds about to become lands of death. No traces of life left behind. "Who is that person?" asked the owner of the Black Blood Research Institute. "It should be related to the first mountain," Tai replied. Back then, he was still young, and his ancestral master didn't say much about it. However, according to some clues later on, he felt that it had something to do with the first mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's pupils constricted. They couldn't help but feel fearful. The so-called number one mountain wasn't casually named. There were all sorts of strange things about it. When he thought about it carefully, that place was extremely terrifying. There were too many secrets. The origins of those human skins are rather strange. It's extremely strange. Someone spoke. The first mountains, number 9, number 6, number 3, number 2, and others had all appeared in this world before. They were extremely sinister and were considered to be sequence creatures. From number 1 to number 9, there were at least 9 of them. There were others who said that it was only a single person. He had shed his skin 9 times, and it was unknown where his true body was now. In short, the first mountain made everyone feel restraining fear. If there wasn't a need, no one was willing to provoke it. The martial emperor took action for his personal disciple. He had previously fought against that, number 9. How did it feel? Someone asked. Wu Feng said coldly, "He was extremely powerful. Even though I only used a weapon that transformed in my body, he still left behind some clues. He was definitely terrifying beyond compare. After all, it was just a piece of human skin. If he had flesh and blood, it really wouldn't be easy to estimate." Wu, I also recalled some vague records. At this time, another person spoke. He came from the underground world, a certain source of darkness. The underground world had existed for countless years. It had a bloody side, but it was also exploring the truth of the world, unearthing all types of great secrets from past to present. After all, whenever the world developed to a certain point, it would inevitably come to an end, heading towards destruction. They wanted to thoroughly research it and struggle free. Everyone looked towards him. Even Tai revealed a look of surprise. This person roamed the underground world, passing through this great era. In his early years, he had excavated monuments that didn't belong to this great era, deciphering quite a few characters. The door-blocking coffin blocks the heavens above, isolating all realms from that place. Otherwise, forget about the human race, even the immortal race, even the immortal kings and others would be destroyed. The great realms would wither like bubbles, returning to deathly stillness. Even though they were ultimate creatures, the people here were still greatly shaken. This was extremely terrifying. 10,000 realms would fall, the heavens would die. There were some people who shocked the world. According to the records, after that person fought that great battle, he blocked the gap in the heavens, stopping the source of disaster from spreading. Later on, there were unmatched heavenly emperors who blocked the door, using the source energy cauldron to suppress it. Unfortunately, the monument is damaged, the records limited. This ultimate creature from the underground world was extremely regretful. Back then, he was moved, but later on, as his strength became greater, he didn't really believe those records, no longer believing them to be true. Now, when he saw the door-blocking coffin, the past events were recalled, making his back go cold. The stone monument's records might actually be true, not an exaggeration. His words left the people here shocked again. It wasn't the first time the door was blocked. Do we have to block it one day as well? Someone said softly. In that instant, everyone's expressions changed. What were they doing now? They weren't blocking the door, but tearing it apart. We have to evolve further, or else. Someone spoke, at the same time shaking his head, pausing between every few words. Everyone knew what he meant. Even though they were ultimate creatures, they still weren't enough. They had to continue advancing, transform again. Every great era would mysteriously come to an end. The more powerful a creature was, the more restless and restless they would feel. The higher they reached their level, the more they would feel a lack of confidence. The fog ahead was thick, and everything was too strange and terrifying. The master of the Black Blood Research Institute was puzzled. This isn't right. Although the Great Een realm is a realm that should exist in the deductions, it isn't absolutely unvisited. Perhaps in the last great era, or even before ancient times, there were people who walked that path. Is it really that dangerous? The Great Een realm was indeed terrifying. In the eyes of the people of the Yang realm, it was the underworld, the limitless prison. Once the two realms were linked, the heavens and earth would definitely fall apart. The people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and billions would die. However, these ultimate creatures believed that the disparity between the two realms wasn't that great, and they could fight it out. It wasn't necessarily that the Yang realm was much weaker than the Great Een realm. Regarding the records of the door-blocking coffin, was its terror exaggerated? The Great Een realm is above the heavens? It doesn't seem like it. It's obvious that the door here isn't the legendary door. But no matter how you look at it, there seems to be some relationship, and the methods are similar. What do you guys think of this matter? Should we alarm the first mountain and invite the sequence creatures there to come out for a discussion? Someone spoke up one after another, because there was indeed something wrong here. If it didn't dispel that strand of suspicion, it would always make them feel uneasy. Don't forget, Lee came from the first mountain, and he had once taken that place as his master. Someone reminded, there's no harm in inviting the creature from the first mountain to come out for a discussion. Don't forget, there is also a legend that Lee was the first mountain's sacrificial offering. He was sent out as a blood sacrifice, said a creature whose entire body was shining with silver light. His soul force was exceptionally powerful, enough to shock the world. Even the experts of the ultimate creatures felt restraining fear, and it was rare for a creature's soul force to be powerful to this degree. These words were extremely astonishing. If they were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely trigger a huge uproar. Creatures of this level more or less knew a bit of the truth of the past. The cause of Lee's death was confusing, and the people here all had their own guesses. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely break out in cold sweat. He had heard similar rumors, and even when he was pretending to be a disciple of the first mountain, there were people who said that he was throwing his life away and taking the initiative to offer himself as a sacrifice. Someone told him that the first mountain would accept disciples in every generation, and they were all exceptional geniuses, but in the end, not a single one of them survived. Among them, the one with the greatest reputation was naturally Lee. Of course, there were also people who said that the disciples of the first mountain weren't sacrificing themselves. Instead, they were entering a different battlefield, a world that was even more resplendent, a battlefield that was even more bloody and cruel. Just like the descendants of a legendary celestial arch, they took the initiative to kill their way along a path. As for Heavenly Lord Yushang, it was rumored that he was one of the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. His ancestor's body had some problems, so he stayed behind. Unfortunately, it was lamentable and lamentable. In the end, Yushang was the only one left in this branch, and he had actually fallen to such a state. The main reason was because history was too deep, too long ago. There were some people who had long been forgotten. To this day, not even the names of emperors heard, everything forgotten by the world. Otherwise, how could Yushang's bloodline do this? Who dare harm him? Even if there were people with wild ambitions, they would still provoke public anger. After all, everything had become a legend, and the past could no longer be verified. What did his past achievements leave behind? All that was left were incomplete rumors. Epics passed one after another. The creatures of that era turned to dust, and the descendants of the later generations had long since changed who knew how many generations. The first mountain was very quiet. It had been sealed for some time. Number 9 stood in the mountain, staring at the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, and grinned. His white face almost made this overlord of the underground world want to turn around and leave, unwilling to be involved with him anymore. That was because, no matter how he looked at it, there was most likely a big problem with Number 9's true body. One day, when his flesh and blood reappeared, who would he be? And what kind of creature would he be? You want to invite me out? But the mountain has been sealed, and I can't leave. Number 9 sighed. There was a pile of ashes under his feet, and then he burned paper again, murmuring, "Lee, go well. I will kill all those people in the future." These words made the master of the Black Blood Research Institute speechless. Was he trying to intimidate him? The coffin blocking the door has appeared. The master of the Black Blood Research Institute informed him of the details. In an instant, Number 9's countenance changed. Even if it was a piece of human skin, it also swelled up as if it had flesh and blood. His hair danced in the wind, and his empty eyes shot out a divine light that could tear apart heaven and earth. In the end, Number 9 came out of the mountain, and Number 6 and Number 3 accompanied him. On the way, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute explained, "Lee died a long time ago. What has appeared in this world this time is only a wisp of obsession. We didn't kill him, and we only made contact and fought with him to find out what happened back then. We want to find the supreme scripture that was lost in the great Yin realm. Everything is for the sake of the Yang realm." Number 9 said, "I know he's a wisp of obsession. If it was his true body, us brothers would have gone out and killed you long ago." The master of the Black Blood Research Institute didn't want to speak at once. No wonder the other few ultimate creatures refused to come no matter what. It was really impossible to have a pleasant conversation. He had a good temper, but if it were the others, they would probably have already started fighting. On the way, Number 9, Number 6, and Number 3 actually merged into one, turning into a figure that called itself 963. In Yin Province, a few ultimate creatures stood tall. When they saw the merged body of Number 9 and the other two, they all revealed strange expressions because this creature was extremely tyrannical. I've always been very curious. Are you all creatures of the same sequence? Or is it the skin shed from one person's 9 metamorphoses? Will Number 10 still appear in the end? At this moment, the creature with dense silver soul light all over his body spoke. He was a certain source of darkness in the underground world. In fact, his question was also the common thought of the few ultimate creatures, and they had all investigated it before. If Number 10 still appears, is it considered an ultimate form? Don't tell me there's still Number 11? Asked the Overlord, whose body was shimmering with silver soul light. The fused face of Number 9 was expressionless as he said, "Some names can't be spoken. If you dare to say it, I think you won't have long to live and won't live for long. And now, I see that your glabella is dark. You've already met with bloody misfortune. Young man, be careful. Misfortune comes from the mouth. Taboos can't be mentioned casually." Following that, 963 carefully stared at the Overlord, whose body was covered with silver soul light, and said, "You have some skills. You crawled out from the Soul River, yet you still dare to appear in the world?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The few people present knew the identity of this creature with dense silver soul light all over his body. He was the originator of the Soul Light Cave, which was known to exist with heaven and earth, and was one of the sources of darkness in the underground world. However, they didn't know that the originator of the Soul Light Cave, which they had cooperated with for so many years, actually had another origin. He came from the Soul River. This matter was very serious, and it was really too shocking. Perhaps he had suspected it before. In fact, something had indeed happened when the fused body of Number 9 had mentioned that the master of the Soul Light Cave was going to meet with bloody misfortune. A jet of black light, so black that it made people panic, noiselessly entered the Soul Light Cave. At the same time, Chu Feng was packing and harvesting in the Phoenix King's cave residence. He was also muttering to himself, "The Soul Light Cave isn't very far from here. It's also in Qingzhou, and it's near the end of the upper reaches of the Sun River. Should I go and take a look?" This was because he had come to understand that not all of the great medicines of the Soul Light Cave were grown in that mysterious cave. Some of them were planted on the small islands in the Solar River. They were nourished by the power of the extreme Yang Flame essence. They were extreme, yang soul medicines. The amount of soul-strengthening grass that Chu Feng had harvested in the Phoenix King's cave was already astonishing. However, after the interrogation, he understood that there was an even more astonishing amount of soul medicine in the Soul Light Cave. That was one of the rarest great medicines in the Yang realm. I'm not a bandit. I'm just going to take a look, he said righteously. Even he believed what he said. He felt that he most likely wouldn't have the chance to pick it now. However, this time could be considered as a scout. He would definitely go in the future. He didn't know that perhaps he really had a chance to break through now. The Soul Light Cave was doomed to suffer a calamity today. Some people said that they were going to stop updating again, in order not to let it come true. Although it was late, they still completed this chapter. By the way, where's the brother who said that he would live stream %? Oh, begin every time he updated. I've been waiting for you for a long time, _carrot. Chapter 1460. In Yin Prefecture, the fusion body of number 9 and the other two stared at the master of the Soul Light Cave and said, "Disgusting monster, you've actually come ashore from the Soul River. Do you think the Yang realm has become your new lair? Since you've come, don't go back. I must kill you." 963 had been calm when he had first arrived, but now his face was cold. He was very hostile toward the master of the Soul Light Cave and didn't bother to hide it. It was as if he had a deep hatred and abhorrence. The martial monarch and the others had solemn expressions. Even they felt that the situation was serious. Had the creature from the Soul River come ashore? This was an extremely terrifying event. If that was the case, the Yang realm had been infiltrated for many years without discovering the true identity of the master of the Soul Light Cave. This was quite dangerous. Others might not understand the Soul River and what it meant, but how could they not understand when they had reached their level? The Soul River was an ominous place, a source of strangeness. Even the Celestial Emperor had once shed blood at the end of the Soul River. The battle had been extremely bitter, and it was a land of misfortune for the Yang realm creatures. Some even speculated that the Soul River might be one of the parties involved in every change of era and world destruction, so they had to be vigilant. It wasn't that no one wanted to flatten it, but the end of the Soul River was too mysterious. Back then, even the Celestial Emperors had gone there, but left with regrets. They thought they had swept everything away, but they later realized that there was still a final pass hidden in the darkness at the end of the Soul River. They couldn't find it or break through it. It was easy to imagine how dangerous it was. The ultimate pass at the end of the Soul River was extremely terrifying. Back then, supreme blood had spilled and dyed the Soul River red. The overlord of the Soul Light Cave, whose entire body was covered in silver radiance, was very calm. He wore a cold smile as he faced 963 and then looked at the other ultimate creatures. He was calm and steady, and he directly pointed out that the people of the first mountain were slandering him. He wants to take revenge for Li Su and divide us. He'll deal with us one by one in the future, the first ancestor of the Soul Light Cave said calmly. At this time, the ultimate creatures revealed strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. The fusion body of number 9 wasn't impatient. Although he had rare emotional fluctuations and hated the overlord with dense silver soul power, he had never lost his cool. He looked at the few ultimate creatures and said, "You should know how dangerous it is at the end of the Soul River. The slightest bit of carelessness could consign the Yang realm to eternal damnation." He paused for a moment and then continued. "For so many years, it's not a mistake to allow a creature that crawled out of the river of souls to mingle in the mortal realm and even stand side by side with you. The master of the Soul Light Cave, the overlord whose entire body was covered in dense silver soul power, smiled faintly. He was somewhat callous as he said, "You wish to incriminate me." Haha. Number 9's fusion body also laughed and no longer said anything. With a bang, the void collapsed. The great Tao broke, and the aura of destruction covered the heavens and the earth. This was too sudden. 963's direct attack was beyond everyone's expectations. The pupils of the Soul Light Cave's founder constricted, and he quickly retreated. However, the world had completely changed. There were indistinct traces everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the heavens, the earth, or the void, everything was engraved with patterns. The yin-yang diagram was ancient and hazy. It was everywhere like an ink painting, black and white rotating. Number 9 had used it before, but it was different from what it was now. Now, its power was even more terrifying. Countless yin-yang diagrams appeared, and they were very indistinct as they branded every inch of the void. Number 9's fusion body transformed this place into a world of black and white, locking down heaven and earth. It became a tangible black and white cage, suppressing the master of the soul light cave within. There's no reason. You want to attack just because of slander, shouted the master of the soul light cave. Soul force surged around him, and silvery white light shot into the sky. It was too shocking. It was rarely seen since ancient times, and a creature with such astonishing soul force was too frightening. He was about to use his soul light to cut apart space-time and tear apart all obstacles. What reason do I need? After I recognized your identity and smelled the unique, nauseating odor of the River of Souls, why do I need to explain? Why do I need to explain for anyone? I can directly attack. I've said so much just now to stabilize you. I'm afraid you'll escape, roared the fusion body of number 9. His main objective, just now, was to lock down this place. Countless yin-yang diagram marks covered the heavens and the earth. At the same time, it was also to protect this land. Otherwise, the current 963 was too frightening. The energy it radiated was enough to destroy Yin Province. Why aren't you guys attacking? Do you really want to watch him drive a wedge between us and attack us one by one in the future? Shouted the master of the soul light cave to the other ultimate creatures. All of you should conduct yourselves with dignity. Don't make me suspect that there are creatures hibernating from the River of Souls among you, said 963. Then he continued, although you're both involved in the underworld, you're merely walking in the darkness. You have flesh and blood, but the monster that crawls out of the River of Souls is different. It's an infected body, one of the sources of strangeness. The ultimate creatures were speechless. What did he mean by involved in the underworld? It was really unpleasant to hear. Did this old fellow think they were messing around? Rumble. The fusion body of number 9 was decisive and powerful. The yin-yang diagram produced a matchless attack. It was like a wheel of light that blasted over tyrannically. The river of time was severed. Vaguely, the space-time that was covered in diagram marks froze. The ancestor of the soul light cave was like a person in a painting scroll. It was as if he was hung on a mysterious wall and couldn't come down. He had been struck heavily. Puffed. The yin-yang wheel of light chiseled through the ancestor of the soul light cave. True blood splattered in all directions, shocking the world. I'll kill you if you dare to crawl out of the River of Souls. The fusion body of number 9 gnashed his teeth in anger. It was as if he had a blood feud and a boundless hatred. Right now, he had such a fierce and intimidating temperament. It was completely different from his usual harmless and careless appearance. Roar. The ancestor of the soul light cave roared. A terrifying aura filled the air, and the formless soul light was vibrating. It was too shocking. Were it not for the Yin province being locked down, it was enough to burn the soul light of hundreds of millions of creatures and wipe them out completely. Even so, the spectators who were the closest to this place, the powerhouses outside the Yin province, were still affected. A group of people fell down with a pitter-patter. Their soul light was vibrating along with it, and it was on the verge of exploding. This was really terrifying. 963 had already locked down the Yin province, yet it was still like this. It was enough to prove that the ancestor of the soul light cave was worthy of being an ultimate powerhouse. He could easily destroy rivers and mountains for millions and millions of kilometers. You're incomplete. Are you going to summon your true body from the River of Souls? Or are you going to summon your master? The fusion body of number 9 sneered and said, I'm afraid that won't do. Today, I've already said that taboos can't be spoken lightly. Your glabella is turning black, and you're going to die. Bang! 963 took the initiative. The yin-yang light wheel revolved and submerged into that resplendent and enormous soul light. The master of the soul light, Cave, had a soul force that terrified the mortal world. His own soul light reached who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers. It towered over the earth, and it was too oppressive. He wanted to use his soul light and boundless soul force to tear apart the shackles and obliterate the fusion body of number 9. However, he had suffered serious injuries at this time. The yin-yang light wheel grew and multiplied without end. It submerged into his resplendent and majestic soul body, cutting off time and shaking him until his soul blood splashed everywhere. I said I'd kill you, so I'll definitely kill you. Fulfill your promise, roared the fusion body of number 9. Chu Feng had finished harvesting the Phoenix King's cave residence. He had obtained a large bundle of soul-strengthening grass. Every stalk was spotlessly white and flawless, and waves of sweet fragrance could intoxicate one's soul. This thing could nourish one's soul and prolong one's life. It was a rare treasure. In addition to this, he had also collected a portion of the almighty grade soil from the medicinal field. This was a good item that moved him even more. If the quantity was sufficient, he could make the seed in the stone jar germinate again. This cave residence by the Sun River was very beautiful. The scenery was picturesque, and there were all kinds of spiritual vines and strange grasses growing within the mountain gate. White mist rose and divine springs gurgled. It was like a fairyland. Presently, the entire Tao Right was silent. All the evolvers here had become prisoners. Chu Feng looked at the Phoenix King and said, I originally had no enmity with you, yet you actually wanted to hunt me in such an elegant manner. Do you still think it's interesting and fun now? He loathed this woman very much. Even though she was indeed astonishingly beautiful and a rarely seen beauty, he still didn't want to be lenient. He had to get rid of her before leaving. The Phoenix King normally acted coquettishly and was a calamity-grade beauty. She was extremely famous in the Yang realm and had always been aloof. But now, she was greatly frightened. Her charm and her methods had all lost their effectiveness. This demon, Chu, simply wouldn't fall for it. I was momentarily blinded by my desires. Please give me a chance. The Soul Light Cave will give you sufficient compensation. The Phoenix King pleaded in order to stall for time. That was because she had confidence in her sect. The power behind her was boundlessly terrifying. They had the resources and background to intimidate the Yang realm. Unfortunately, Chu Feng remained unmoved. You're calling yourself the Phoenix King. That's a disgrace to your name. Chu Feng wasn't lying. He indeed felt this way because this name had left him with many beautiful memories in the past. There was once a phoenix on Earth known as the immortal Phoenix King who had gone on a blind date with him back in the day. Chu Feng felt a burst of disappointment and frustration as he recalled those days. He was somewhat lost in thought. He sighed with emotion. Those green years had passed just like that. During the initial period of Earth's upheaval, he had actually been forced by his parents to go on blind dates twice in succession. The first time was with Xia Qinyu. At that time, there was an extra, Jiang Luotian. During the second blind date, he met the amnesiac immortal Phoenix King, who was 175 centimeters tall and had the bearing of a queen. He even brought her to his parents to see. At that time, the two elders were very happy and satisfied. After so many years, some people would most likely never be seen again. Some things had long since become the past and could no longer be repeated. It had been more than 10 years. I wonder how the immortal Phoenix King is doing. She should be alive. I hope she's doing well. Chu Feng sighed. After a brief moment of reminiscence, Chu Feng had killed the Phoenix King without mercy. As for that red-haired deity, he naturally couldn't escape death. It didn't matter whether he was a direct descendant of the Soul Light Cave or not. The so-called heavenly phenomenon of blood pouring down didn't appear because Chu Feng had smashed and extinguished it with a single punch. Ziluan shivered. She was somewhat timid and weak. This was the demon Chu she was familiar with. He had never been soft-hearted when dealing with his enemies. You're not selling anymore? She asked in a low voice. Sell to you, my ass. Chu Feng knocked on her white forehead. Who could he sell to if he was a human trafficker in the Yang realm? Was he going to hang him in front of the Soul Light cave and peddle him? His strength wouldn't allow it. It hurts. Damn demon. Ziluan hugged her head and almost cried. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are the best of the world's delicacies. Should I try it? Chu Feng stared at the divine bird that had transformed into its true form and hesitated for a moment. This was a divine bird that possessed a large amount of the immortal phoenix's true blood. However, when he recalled that it had been in human form not long ago, Chu Feng couldn't bring himself to eat it. Forget it. The desire for good food is a taboo. I should reflect on myself and not indulge in it. It's better to return and rob. Chu Feng shook his head. Such a reason, so open and above board, and so full of confidence, made Ziluan dumbfounded. She then secretly despised him. The mythical fire Heavenly Crow was deathly pale. He was forced by Chu Feng to lead the way to his cave residence. In the end, Chu Feng left in disappointment in a cave residence in the Sun River. The mythical fire Heavenly Crow was a wandering cultivator, so there really weren't any rare treasures in his cave residence. This is the Soul Light Cave. Chu Feng brought Ziluan and rushed to their destination. They arrived at the upper reaches of the Sun River and stared at the beautiful mountains and rivers that were steaming with rosy clouds. Of course, even though they had arrived at the upper reaches, they were actually still an endless distance away from the Soul Light Cave. Moreover, this time he had used reincarnation soil to cover himself and Ziluan, as well as a stone jar to conceal them. Ensuring safety was the most important thing. The so-called Soul Light Cave was indeed a cave. It was located on the main mountain in the centermost region of the Divine Mountain Range. Even from a great distance, one could see that it was gushing with auspicious clouds and surging soul force. It was incomparably divine. As for the mountain, exotic flowers and plants were everywhere. Dense spiritual mist overflowed in all directions, and divine clouds surged. All kinds of auspicious beasts and spirit birds appeared from time to time. There were powerhouses in this region. However, it seemed that an abnormal phenomenon had occurred because Chu Feng saw many evolvers in the mountain fainting and collapsing at the mountain gate. It's a bit evil. Why does it seem like déjà vu? Could it be that I've been visited by that person again? Chu Feng had a bad association. Then he really saw that apart from immortal light and surging soul force, there were also waves of black light rippling in that cave. Holy sh**t, it's here again. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Then he decisively took action and directly rushed toward an island in the Sun River. Since there was a black light ahead of him, he ran into the Soul Light Cave. Then he wasn't afraid. This meant that the local master might be one of the dark sources of the underground world and wasn't at home. This indicated that another empty nest. The old ultimate was suffering from bad luck. You enter the cave, and I'll go to the island. Let's split up and do our own things. Chu Feng was excited. There was definitely an unimaginable soul medicine on the island, and it would grow with the help of the solar essence flame. Was he going to make a fortune? He was going to do something big. He felt his blood boiling. That black light had entered the depths of the Soul Light Cave and swept around for a long time. However, it had never left because it had always felt that there was something strange here. There were special traces. With a loud bang, it had discovered a clue. It had opened a certain hidden door and opened an ancient seal. Then he saw a frightening soul river. I'll kill you all. These 4 words came from that black light that made people panic. Chapter 1461. It was like a tangible ultrasonic wave that took the form of a grid and constructed a passageway. It crossed time and space and connected to an unknown river, the Soul River. Within the black light that made one panic, a pair of brilliant eyes opened and closed. They were like 2 golden lamps in a great abyss. They were extremely bright, but the creature's silhouette could not be seen. It was still blurry. He emitted boundless killing intent and brought about a gust of astral wind. Wherever he passed, the Soul Light Cave became bare. Nothing was left. The great Tao chains emerged, and the soul light cave split into pieces. The black light entered the passageway that seemed to be formed by ripples and rushed straight for the soul river. This was a fight to the death. The black light wanted to slaughter the creature in the soul river. The soul river was obviously not in the world of the living. It was unknown where it was. It had transcended the world. Boom! Without any words, the black light rushed through the grid-like passageway and immediately attacked. It shook the heavens and the earth as it violently cut off the soul river. Roar! A terrible low roar sounded like the howling of millions of gods and demons. Countless soul lights rushed up and covered the sky. Time was thrown into disorder, and the past and present were about to be overturned. That frighteningly black ray of light also increased sharply. Then fog arose. Boundless darkness covered everything. Nothing could be seen. The fog covered the sky, and the entire soul river could not be seen. It was deathly silent. If someone were here, they would certainly be terrified. The attack of the black light was so overbearing that it could be said to have matchless attack power. But after the fog arose, the whole world became deathly still. They could no longer see or hear anything. No one knew what was happening inside. Even the black light seemed to have disappeared. Only after a moment did part of the fog disperse, and everything could be seen indistinctly. Then this place boiled. The water of the soul river surged with countless waves. Then heavy rain poured down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Upon closer inspection, the rain did not come from the sky, but from the soul river. It rushed toward the sky and covered the whole world. The most frightening thing was that the downpour changed. All the raindrops transformed into soul lights that carried the aura of primal chaos. They rushed toward the black light in an endless stream. This was truly terrifying. Each raindrop was a primal chaos god. They were densely packed and boundless between the heaven and earth. They were all covered in soul blood. It was too terrifying. Apart from that, yellow sand filled the sky on the shore and rose against the rain. All the grains of sand turned into void images. There were soul lights that were a bit weaker, and they covered the heavens and the earth. All the soul lights and all the phantoms threw themselves at the black light. Boom! Beside the soul riverside, heaven and earth shook intensely. It became dusky again. Great mist covered heaven and earth again, making it impossible to see anything. Eventually, there were countless figures in the sky. All of them died in soul blood. They were densely packed, burning intensely, large amounts of them scattering. There were also some that turned into raindrops, returning to the soul river. The sky was filled with yellow sand. Some of it was burned into nothingness, annihilated in the air, and some fell onto the shore. This made everyone sigh in admiration. It was unknown just how many raindrops there were in a single wave of the soul river, but they all contained soul light. At the shore, every grain of sand was a strand of soul. The soul river was extremely long, and there was endless yellow sand at the shore. It was hard to imagine just how much had accumulated. This was truly a bit terrifying. The short and intense collision ended. Heaven and earth were silent, and so was the river of souls. It was extremely dusky, everything becoming indistinct. Only a streak of dark light could vaguely be seen, confronting the soul river at the shore. Within the dark light that made one panic, a pair of eyes opened and closed. The gaze was intimidating and extremely resplendent. In the end, it looked towards the upper reaches of the soul river. A pool of stagnant water. A voice sounded from within the dark light. The soul river was different from what he had imagined. It was actually lifeless, as if it had been abandoned. There was no boundlessly terrifying thing that came out. Everything was too calm. Comparatively speaking, what happened just now was nothing more than a small ripple. It was rumored that there were too many strange things here. The boundless darkness had previously scattered the blood of a celestial emperor. Is it not time yet? That is why the gate at the end of the soul river hasn't opened. You can't come out? A doubtful voice sounded from within the dark light. At this moment, wind rose above the deathly, still soul river. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the blood-colored whirlwind released woo-woo sounds. It was especially terrifying as if it was responding to him. Within the great mist, there was a wave of heart-palpitating aura that made even the heavens tremble. It was as if an indescribable great terror was quickly approaching. It was as if something was going to come out, giving off an extremely bad feeling. Once it came into being, it was as if this great era was going to end and the heavens were going to collapse. 10,000 worlds were going to bleed and walk towards death. The great mist covered the sky. The soul river gradually surged, as if it was going to completely revive. It began to stir restlessly, and then it rumbled ferociously, surging towards the heavens. Upstream, at the limits of the Soul River, there were terrifying sounds of iron chains. It was as if there was a strange thing with shackles moving about, approaching. What is strange about it? Why don't you just crawl out? A shout sounded from that streak of dark light. It really was unyielding and unyielding, extremely daring. Quang dang. The door was shaking, accompanied by the sounds of iron chains. The sound of the door being smashed was deafening, making one feel a wave of chilliness from deep within their bones, their blood running cold. At the limits of the Soul River, mist covered everything. It was as if a gate was going to be smashed open, intimidating the world. There seemed to be a gaze that passed through, coldly examining the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Who are you trying to scare? Filthy things. I will kill you all sooner or later. You dare intimidate me? Dare threaten me? If the big ones can't come out, then a few small ones will crawl out. I'll kill them all. If others knew that a streak of dark light ran here to challenge the limits of the Soul River, they would definitely be stupefied, their scalps going numb. This was too heaven-defying. Its guts really were ridiculously great, ferocious to a ridiculous degree. Sand and stones flew about, crazy winds stirring about. The entire Soul River was in chaos, about to burst its banks. Sand filled the skies, countless soul figures, wailing sounds, the remains of gods and devils everywhere. However, that streak of dark light remained unmoved, still standing there. It said with a sneer, "It seems like you can't come out. Could it be that there is something even stranger that is raising you?" Shwa. In that instant, outside the Soul River, the world became dark red, as if a sunset glow appeared, but also as if the skies were dyed red with blood. That was the smell of blood. Then a long and drawn-out sound rang out. It was actually the chaotic tribulation crossing song. This type of unmatched, wondrous technique actually became a type of soul-summoning song by the Soul River. Endless soul lights were like light particles, rising, entering the limits of the Soul River. The blood-colored world, under this terrifying song, was faintly discernible, as if there was an extremely indistinct voice that sounded, making one feel flustered, as if there was grass growing over their hearts. Then there was a tearing pain, and in the end, a stifling feeling. The souls of the heavens fall. Only the river exists forever. This was a language from an unknown era, the source too ancient. Even the biological expert in the dark light could only roughly deduce that this was an ancient language from many great eras ago. However, they could understand it because there was a type of soul force vaguely spreading, turning into a soul will. This region was incomparably strange. The Soul River stretched on endlessly, the song indistinctly sounding, the blood-colored sky terrifying, the great mist spreading, the sound of iron chains striking against doors continuously rang out. If you can come out, then don't blabber. The dark light didn't retreat, still standing there horizontally. Suddenly, a wave of biting cold intent appeared, as if steel needles pierced into the bone. There really was something that appeared upstream of the Soul River, climbing up the riverbank. It really came out. The creature in the dark light's pupils contracted. This really exceeded their expectations. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but two creatures. They were extremely terrifying, both indescribable, horrifying the world. The source of the strangeness, something really did come out, carrying the aura of blood and the end of the world. Within the dark light, that pair of pupils contracted. Then, the dark light that made one panic began to boil. It didn't retreat, but rather incomparably ferocious, bringing with it crazy winds, carrying great Tao chains, sweeping over. I'll kill all of you. Chapter 1462. Home. An expanse of golden light surged like heavenly wings. A Kuan Pung formed from symbols spread its wings and threw itself over from the upper reaches of the Soul River, its power boundless as it attacked the dark light. In that instant, the dark light in the lower reaches erupted, great Tao chains interweaving, piercing towards the Kuan Pung. It was as if a long blade that was burning red stabbed into the snow. Chi-chi sounds rang out continuously, white mists rising. This was an attack of order, a confrontation of the great Tao. Radiance rushed into the heavens, making even the quiet Soul River stir restlessly. Great waves overflowed into the heavens, countless soul figures appearing. The creatures upstream were extremely powerful, stopping the world-shocking attack of the expert in the dark light. I seem to have sensed a familiar aura. The expert in the dark light stopped, no longer surging with killing intent. He said to himself softly, staring at the two terrifying figures in the mist. This was the Soul River, one of the sources of the world's strangeness. There were immeasurable dangers, and anything could appear here. However, those that originally didn't exist reappeared, so this was a bit strange. The two creatures walked over from the upper reaches of the Soul River, their bodies like humans, not having the slightest trace of humanoid appearance. Their strange state was too horrifying, their appearances too terrifying. One could see that they were humanoid creatures back then, still retaining a portion of their original characteristics. However, could they still be called humans now? There was no way they could be anymore. One of the creatures, apart from the two legs that were human legs, there was an arachnid body behind its buttocks. Apart from this, half a humanoid corpse grew out from its abdomen, the head connected to it covered in red corpse hair. This was still only the lower half of its body. As for the upper half, it was even more complex, even more vicious than a malicious spirit, ugly and terrifying. Its neck was extremely thick, full of tumors, and even its face was like this. Every single tumor was the size of a chicken egg, and there were even more scarlet eyes, sharp teeth, and other things on some of the tumors. This type of concentrated tumor gave one a type of terrifying feeling. As for its original mouth, it was already slanted to the side of its left ear, and its lips were missing, revealing white bones and teeth. That area lacked flesh, the only place on its head that didn't have tumors. It was sinister and terrifying. Above its head was a white worm that was as thick as an arm. It looked like a parasite, but also like a part of its true body. This worm's tail was rooted in the skull, its body wriggling about. It was covered in mucus that flowed down from its head, releasing an incomparably fishy smell. Even from far away, it made people want to vomit. It was an unbearable smell. As for this person's arms, chest, and other parts, they were all extremely abnormal. For example, there were dozens of extra upper limbs, and even more broken bodies, as if many special corpses were pieced together on its body. Beside it, there was another creature. Apart from being slightly smaller, its appearance was even more terrifying. If it were to walk into the outside world, it would be enough to scare people to death. The two creatures were different. They each had their own special forms, and their indescribable forms were completely different. However, there was one thing that they all had in common, and that was their stench, ugliness, and negative aura. They were all top-notch, and no one wanted to take a second look at them. Great universe grade. Downstream, the expert within the dark light sighed. Those two creatures had already grown to this state. Its appearance could not be described in detail with words. It was strange and ugly to the extreme. This was the most prominent characteristic of a peerless powerhouse who had successfully broken into the domain of the great universe realm, but ultimately failed and did not make it through. There was no need to even think about it. To be able to step into this realm, no matter what their final outcome was, it meant that these two were once shockingly talented experts who could fight against an entire era. It was a pity that this was the result. This was the path of evolution. The truth was cruel, and there was no such thing as beauty and holiness. There were many corpses, inauspiciousness, and nightmares on this path. The further they went, the more difficult the path became. There were even times when the path in front of them directly broke, and they could no longer continue. Otherwise, who would be willing to become like this? They were worse than ghosts, and living a life worse than death. It was rare that the expert within the dark light was not boiling with killing intent. Instead, he was very quiet and looked at the two creatures with a somewhat complicated expression. "Make your move. Let me see who you two are." Too much time had passed. Although there was the aura of the Yang realm, many years had passed after all. No one could say whether or not they had really met an old friend. Perhaps it was a senior from their sect, or perhaps it was just the corpse of an acquaintance that had been strangely lodged there. It seems that a peerless creature from the Yang realm has come to find our roots. Could it be an old friend? One of the creatures actually spoke. It was no longer silent, and its voice was very hoarse. There was even a special spiritual fluctuation that made people feel disgusted. Has it been polluted to this state? The expert within the dark light sighed. The Soul River was one of the sources of all evil. It was the base camp of the bazaar and could pollute everything. Once the ultimate creatures fell here, they might become infected and walk on the path of no return. You're wrong. I'm not passively infected. I'm seeking new things and change. I took the initiative to offer sacrifices and found an ancient path that leads to the Soul River. I'm praying for it to accept me. The creature that was a bit taller spoke. He didn't lose himself and still remembered many things from back then. Now he was smiling, but in the end his mouth that was crooked beside his ears revealed white bones. In addition to the tumors all over his face, it was truly too sinister and terrifying. The eyes of the expert within the dark light immediately narrowed. His killing intent was like a heavenly blade as it cut through the void. It caused the waves of the Soul River to immediately surge into the sky, causing the entire riverbank to rumble. Countless yellow sand flew high into the sky. Immediately, countless soul shadows were stirred up, and wails resounded throughout this bizarre land. There really are people like this. They were originally born in the Yang realm, yet they abandoned their own race and were willing to be polluted. They were entangled by the bazaar for a lifetime and fell to this vile land. Becoming stronger like this, evolving like this, what meaning is there? Abandoning one's own race, and one day, there will even be a further backlash. What reason do you still have to drag out an ignoble existence? Die. At this moment, the expert within the dark light took action. He was no longer the same as before and was 10 times colder. Even the eyes within the dark light were different. They became a green-gold color, blazing and terrifying. At this time, he reached out a hand and spread out his 5 fingers. 5 beams of light flew out, and upon closer inspection, there were 5 types of heaven opening auras. There were countless symbols, and they constructed an unmatched, wondrous technique. 5 elements source. That indescribable creature was astonished. It felt that it might have encountered an old friend, because this was a wondrous technique ranked within the top few of the 10 great unmatched techniques. This type of inheritance was difficult for other evolved beings to come into contact with. They were all exclusive to a clan or passed down by a single sect. The Hung clan's old patriarch, that creature shouted. The Hung clan was known as the #1 clan in the Yang realm. How did they obtain this kind of status? Apart from the supreme breathing technique, the Hung clan also grasped at least 2 kinds of unmatched techniques. Among them, the 5-element source was one of them. Only the Buddhist clan and the Tao clan could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. You've mistaken me for someone else. The expert within the dark light was incomparably cold and detached. He deduced this wondrous technique to the extreme and reversed the 5 elements to form the origin. He directly displayed the scene of the true epoch when the world was opened. That kind of heaven-opening power surged over. With a boom, He blasted the Soul River in the vicinity and evaporated an unknown amount of precious river water. However, that indescribable creature was fearless. He had already attacked during this process. That was a rich silver radiance which poured out from his ominous body. It was like a falling river of stars, but also like a river bursting its banks. It was majestic, vast, and boundless. This was a type of ancestral substance, a corroded and polluted soul Tao origin. It was too rich and could suppress all living beings in the world. Any creature had a soul and could be attacked by it. The so-called 10 wonderful techniques have long fallen behind the times. This is one of the countless secret techniques recorded at the end of the Soul River. "Kill!" shouted that indescribable creature. It was very powerful. Its soul force surged, and ancestral substance pervaded the air. It truly wanted to crush all living beings with souls and suppress all the evolvers in the world. Unfortunately, in the end, this kind of terrifying secret technique could only block the 5 element source. It couldn't block the fist that stretched out from the dark light. Boom! "Filthy thing, you dare challenge me? You half-human, half-ghost bastard who even betrayed your own race. Die!" This fist shook the world and evaporated who knew how many li of the Soul River. Its power was too great. It caused the iron chains at the end of the Soul River to ring out fiercely again as they pounded on the door continuously. One had to know that this wasn't an ordinary place. Everything was confined, and relatively speaking, it was very difficult to break through. A single drop of Soul River water contained a destructive power that was enough to wipe out many experts in the Yang realm. But now, the broken river also broke souls. Great waves surged into the sky and disappeared as soon as they hit the sky. They were all melted away by the soul light of a true primal chaos deity. Bang! That DU-level monster rapidly retreated in an attempt to evade this fist, but it was simply useless. It couldn't evade, and the fist blasted into that indescribable being's body. Puffed. All kinds of smelly liquid splattered in all directions. That was the polluted blood and the special substance in the Soul River. It carried a corrosive nature that could infect experts of this level. However, the expert in the dark light was fearless. His body surged with countless runes that scattered everything. No! The indescribable DU-level entity screamed miserably. He didn't want to die, or else he wouldn't have taken the initiative to enter the Soul River and rely on it. He had already fallen to this state where he was loathed by everyone, and yet he still had to die. I said that I would kill all of you, so I naturally have to do it. Things like you're ranked at the bottom of the DU level. I know who you are, and your death isn't to be regretted. You don't have the qualifications to be called a DU level evolver. Die. The expert in the dark light kept his word and fulfilled his promise. He really wanted to kill the monster that climbed ashore in the Soul River of Death. Boom! The indescribable monster exploded, and its body and soul were completely destroyed. Even the source of pollution within its body was scattered. A rain of blood sprinkled down from the sky as if the heavens were crying. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The great Tao traversed. The river of stars hung upside down, and the golden lotuses of laws appeared and burned. There were too many strange phenomena, and these were the phenomena that should occur after a DU-level entity fell. A disgusting monster that can't even be called a Yang realm creature is worthy of resonating with heaven and earth. Everyone retreat. The expert in the dark light was very tyrannical. He directly smashed his fist towards the sky and scattered everything. The rain of blood and the burning lotuses of laws collapsed and disappeared. The strange phenomena vanished without a trace. The expert who had died had unexpectedly obtained a fortune and entered the DU level. Although he was in existence at the bottom, he was still the founder of a certain sect in the Yang realm. In the end, he had fallen to this state and abandoned his mother's race to seek immortality. Now that he had died so tragically, it was lamentable and hateful. The expert in the dark light shook his head. He was angry at the lack of backbone and lamented the misfortune of the DU path. Who are you? The expert in the dark light looked at the other creature. It was very strange. This strange monster actually didn't stop him and didn't attack from the beginning. The two monsters had appeared together, but the one in front of him actually didn't interfere in the battle and just stared blankly as the monster from before was killed. Especially now, it was actually trembling slightly. Its entire frightening body was trembling. It was too ugly, and it was actually like this. It was astonishing. However, it definitely wasn't afraid. It should be a type of intense emotional fluctuation. Is it you? Is it really you? It finally opened its mouth. It was a woman's voice that carried endless resentment and boundless disappointment. There was even a type of expectation and some kind of unconcealable joy. This was a woman, but she actually had this kind of attitude. She was trembling and trembling. She opened her bloody mouth and wanted to say something. Her heart was throbbing and her ice-cold blood was heating up. Her emotions from the past were all revived, and she was filled with emotions. However, she looked at herself and found that she was so ugly. From head to toe, she didn't look like a human at all. If others saw her, they would be frightened. No, she screamed miserably. She covered her face and continuously retreated, continuously shifting her body. Step by step, her entire body trembled. She couldn't face that person. The past passion, the past waiting and expectation, as well as the strongest tenderness, now turned into coldness and self-reproach. She wanted nothing more than to immediately die. How could she meet him here? How could she let him see such an ugly appearance? Back then, she was one of the most beautiful women in the world. There were busybodies who ranked her. She was known as the fourth most beautiful woman in the world. But now, what else did she have? Strange, ominous, smelly, ugly. She had once admired that man, but now that they met, she was actually like this. Her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Tears of blood flowed out. She continuously retreated, step by step, as if she weighed 1,000 jin. With a put-on sound, she fell into the soul river. She wanted to die. She wanted to end her own life. She didn't want him to see her ugly appearance. She didn't want to meet him in this kind of situation. She had expectations, longing for the future. She wanted to see him, even if it was from far away. Even if she could only find him, only able to silently look at his back, that was fine. But now, this beautiful expectation was shattered just like that. She couldn't accept facing that person in her current state. It's you. The person in the dark light knew who she was. Even he didn't expect it to be her. That once exceptional appearance was actually like this. Her entire person was withered, indescribable. He naturally knew her. Qi. She was once exceptionally beautiful, like a secluded orchid in a valley, otherworldly like an immortal. How could it be like this? Mournful cries sounded by the soul river. The woman was in incomparable pain. She covered her ugly face, wanting to escape, wanting to commit suicide. However, she didn't want to lose him again after just meeting him. She didn't want to be separated forever. How many years had it been? She had always waited bitterly, hoping that she could see him again one day. When this day truly appeared, she felt so much pain and conflict. I searched for you for so many years, waited for you for so long. I was so helpless and scared. Why did you disappear? Where did you go back then? She wept, muttering, feeling more and more grief. When they met again, it was actually in this type of situation. She truly didn't want this to happen. She no longer backed up, no longer running. It was because meeting him really wasn't easy. She thought that this was already an eternal parting, that he would never appear in this world again. Today, they met again in front of the Soul River. After being separated for so long, she wept. She was happy, but also heartbroken. She knew that he was still alive, still in this world. She was so moved she wanted to die. However, when she thought about herself, she felt so miserable she was about to go crazy. Why are you like this? The man in the dark light asked softly. I didn't degenerate myself. I didn't come here to seek survival. Back then, I was muddle-headed. I don't know how I ended up here. The woman wept loudly. At this moment, she truly felt inconsolable grief. I wanted to die, but I was unwilling. I still wanted to see you one more time. That was why I passed my days in a muddle-headed manner. Perhaps it was because of my stubbornness that I didn't turn into rotten flesh, become tainted blood. The woman wept. She looked at the man in the dark light in front of the Soul River, feeling endless pain and grievance. She said softly, "Back then, your gaze was never on me. I was disappointed and hurt, but I wasn't willing to leave either. It was enough as long as I could see you from the distance." The man in the dark light sighed. Back then, he only treated her as a little sister and never thought too much about it. At that time, she didn't mention these things. I thought that I could wait, that one day I could travel together with you. However, you left too quickly, and I couldn't catch up. I wanted to speed up my cultivation, and later on, you married that woman. Was it that woman who harmed you? Something happened to you, and you couldn't see her again. I cultivated with all my might. I wanted to step into the great universe domain as soon as possible. I wanted to find you and bring you back, but I still felt that I couldn't catch up to your footsteps. I was too slow. Later on, I finally used a special secret method to step into the great universe realm, but it was too urgent. I couldn't hold on, and in the end, I failed on this path and became like this. Qi wept intermittently, talking about her past and her urgency. She only wanted to do her best to catch up, to increase her cultivation, to find him. Later on, I was muddle-headed. I don't know how I fell here. Could it be that I'm already dead? Only, my corpse has an obsession and a broken spirit. Is this the truth? The woman suddenly stopped weeping. She seemed to have guessed her own state. She had died, and that was why she had come here. Now, she only had something to entrust her heart to, and she still wanted to see that person again. That was why her broken spirit hadn't scattered yet. Qi, the man in the dark light, spoke. He had long since lost his overbearing attitude. He walked forward, and his words were very gentle. "Don't be afraid. You're fine." He truly didn't know these things. At this moment, he felt pain in his heart, as well as a sense of helplessness. When they met again, the seas had turned into mulberry fields. "Don't come over. Don't come any closer. Am I dead? Only my remains are left. Am I being used by someone? You just kill me. I don't want to become a source of contamination. Burn away a contaminated body like me." The woman cried and laughed. Then, she cried loudly again, feeling sad and sorrowful. "I saw you. I am happy, but I'm also sad. Why do we meet in this type of situation? I am so ugly. I have to leave." The woman shed tears and said, "My wish has already been fulfilled. Knowing that you are still here, still alive, I am already satisfied." In that instant, she was about to break apart. Her entire body was covered in cracks. She wanted to destroy her own remains. No, the man in the dark light stopped her. Divine light covered the sky, covering the woman, imprisoning her body. He brought her up from the Soul River, bringing her to his side. "Don't stop me. Becoming a source of contamination is something that no one has ever successfully reversed since ancient times. Moreover, I have long died back then. This is only my ruined spirit." The woman laughed as she shed tears. The man walked out from the dark light. His true body appeared. He calmly looked at her and said, "I will think of a way. I can't anymore." The woman's eyes carried tears. Her body was irreversible, undergoing terrifying changes. It was as if she was dissolving. "Right, I wanted to watch the flowers bloom with you. It should still be there. I was muddle-headed after all, almost forgetting about these things." While speaking, a peach branch appeared by the woman's chest. There were flower buds on it, ready to bloom. It was sparkling and brilliant, carrying a faint fragrance. It is an immortal medicine, an exceptional item among flowers. It doesn't evolve, but legend has it that it can bring one good luck. Perhaps it is precisely this that is protecting me, the ruined spirit not extinguishing, always existing in my remains. The woman seemed to have understood something, speaking like this. It was rumored that this was the ruined body of an immortal king, only a peach branch left behind. A light sound rang through the air. Peach blossoms blossomed, sparkling flower petals filling the skies, fluttering down. An ancient peach tree void image appeared between the two, blooming with flower buds, sparkling and brilliant. Peach blossoms filled the skies, landing on their bodies. At this moment, the woman's strange state quickly weakened. She actually revealed her past true body, her appearance returning devastatingly beautiful. All of the strange symptoms disappeared. She was clear like an immortal, graceful and elegant. However, she was quickly breaking apart, turning into a rain of light, dancing with the sparkling flower petals. Preserve until now, I finally saw it. Peach blossoms only bloom for one person. The woman said while smiling and crying. Suppress. Seal. Immobilize. The man roared, his voice shaking heaven and earth. He was like an unmatched, demonic god, wishing to make this woman stay. In the end, everything disappeared. The flower petals fluttered about in the sky, scattering with the wind. In the end, he only grabbed a dim flower petal, everything else disappearing. The man didn't release another angry roar, maintaining a terrifying silence. Only after a long time had passed did he calmly speak, saying, "Are there any Emperor weapons left in this world? I'll borrow them to use." Under this type of voice, all sides trembled, as if he was commanding the entire world. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. The riverside of the Soul River was also shaking. Then, the yellow sand in the distance flew up, and the riverbank collapsed. Fragments of the broken bell flew out and landed in his hand with a boom. At the same time, in the Sun River outside the Soul Light Cave, an item flew off from Chu Feng's body. It was precisely the long bronze piece he had brought out from the Taishang Forbidden Land. It was suspected to have fallen off from the bronze coffin, and now, with an explosive boom, it flew toward the Soul Light Cave in the next moment. At the riverside of the Soul River, the man held the broken bell and a long bronze piece in his hand. With a single step, he reached the end of the Soul River. Here, the sound of iron chains shook the heaven and earth, and a strange mist was flowing out from the crack of the door. It was extremely terrifying. Cheat. The man carried his weapon and directly turned into a streak of black light. Unexpectedly, he entered through that crack and broke into the world behind the door at the end of the Soul River. Roar. You dare. A beast-like roar was heard. The man's voice was very cold. He completely exploded and roared, "I'll slaughter all of you." On this day, the Soul River was in great turmoil. A shocking event had occurred. Chapter 1463. A faint fragrance still lingered by the Soul River, as if one could still see the indistinct flower petals fluttering about. This was a longing that wouldn't scatter. There was once a woman who waited for half her life, searching for half her life, her entire life filled with sorrow. For the sake of finding him, she disregarded everything to cultivate and evolve. In the end, it was so sad, so bleak. Peach blossoms only bloom for a single person. Even though the voice already disappeared, it was still full of too much. A certain emotion seemed to still be there, endless reluctance. However, everything was still empty in the end, nothing left behind. Kill. The expert in the dark light directly rushed into the vile earth. He released a great roar that rang through all directions, shaking the heavens above and earth below, making the Soul River surge, the banks collapse. He used his actions as a sacrifice, slaughtering his way into the world behind the gate. Ho! In the world behind the gate, the beast roars were deafening, heaven falling and earth splitting, making all things in the world feel like they were going to explode. That strange creature that was locked up was roaring. Inside the gate, it was dusky and terrifying. There was blood everywhere, many corpses nearby, some hung to death, others crushed by millstones. In the heavy mist, this place appeared extremely sinister. In the distance, even though the scenery was blurry, it was even more terrifying. There were no words. After the man in the dark light entered, he directly took action against the strange and terrifying creature behind the gate, powerful beyond compare. Even though this was the source of the strangeness, a land of endless evil, he still didn't feel any fear. Even though he didn't make any promises to that woman, never calling out to her, his ferocious and domineering attack also revealed his innermost feelings. How could he not be moved? Even though his heart was as firm as steel, he was still moved. Before his eyes, it was as if he could still see that woman's tearful smile. How many years had it been? She waited helplessly and desolately, hoping for something. Peach blossoms only bloom for a single person. In the end, that person finally arrived, he saw it. However, the fragrant flower petals returned together with that woman's soul rain. After filling the skies, she was forever lost. How could he not feel grief? He wasn't a cold and emotionless person. Right now, his grief and anger turned into the most powerful killing intent. What else was there to say? He could only sweep through this place. Even if it was the Soul River, even if it was the extremely vicious land that no one could return from, he still had to overturn it. He had to flatten this place. In his hand, the rectangular piece of bronze grew larger. It was as majestic as a mountain as he violently smashed it forward. In the dusky darkness, in this vile earth unimaginable to the outside world, everything was extremely indistinct. Mist shrouded everything. Only that creature's body was thick and large, its entire body pitch black. Dang! In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. That creature raised the iron chain in its hand to block the bronze piece. The traces of the great path spread out like ripples, and they were extremely violent and swift. With a boom, the energy that erupted from the two swept through the world inside the gate, causing great chaos here. The creature in the door, the huge black shadow, directly retreated. It had a bestial nature, and even though it was knocked back by the boundless power, its arms cracked and blood splattered everywhere. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the man in the black light. At the same time, all sorts of treasures on the ground, like the damaged shafts of carriages, the condensed remains of stars, and the corpses of supreme experts suffused with chaotic energy, were blasted into the air, broken and shattered. This was a wretched land, an exceptionally vicious land. Who dares to violate the Soul River? Die. That black shadow that staggered backwards stabilized its body in the distance, its chest rising and falling intensely. Moreover, it released a low roar that was like that of a wild beast. One could understand it only because its soul was trembling. It was as if it was passing judgment that the body and soul of the one who charged into the Soul River would be destroyed. The depths of the male in the black light released terrifying radiance. Right now, he was much more terrifying than this vicious monster, ridiculously fierce. There wasn't much to say. He wanted to offer a sacrifice, using the strange creature at the limits of the Soul River as an offering, asking for an explanation for the woman who died with the peach blossom. Back then, who was it that made her fall into the Soul River? Those who dared use her like this deserved to be punished. The rectangular bronze piece was like a great sword, ferocious and domineering. When it swept over, it was as if an undying mountain smashed down, blasting apart time and space. Even the fragments of time were erased, as if it could freeze eternity, rewrite the past and present. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions again. The monster's arms intertwined with the chains, colliding with that bronze piece. Immediately, order poured out like a sea, divine chains in 10,000 streaks, and starry rivers of natural laws surged. During this process, this black shadow released an angry roar. When its arms and chains were pressed downwards, a thick black horn on its head was blasted, and while accompanied by blood, it directly broke apart. When the horn landed on the ground, it was as if an immortal divine mountain fell, smashing into the world within the gate until it rumbled with noise, as if it was going to collapse. A horn falling onto the ground could actually be this heavy, as if it was falling from the 9 heavens about to crush the great earth. This black shadow roared, becoming more and more furious. In the end, it suffered an even more terrifying attack. The great bell fragment in the male's other hand trembled, and the tangible bell ripples were like a flood that broke through a dam, pouring over in torrents. It was too grand and boundless, the radiance dazzling, rumbling unendingly. The black shadow angrily roared. Its entire body was shaken until it was flipped over, and its entire body was covered in blood. The bell ripples were like sharp swords, like heavenly blades, breaking through all obstructions in front of it and piercing through this strange creature. Filthy blood flowed everywhere, corroding the heaven and earth. It became ruthless. Silver light erupted from the broken horn, and soul power surged outwards like a tide. Terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. This was a boundless soul substance. This soul power attack was even more terrifying than the one from the great cosmos-level monster at the Spirit Riverside. Even space-time was about to be obliterated. Any life form with a soul could be suppressed by this supreme, secret technique. However, what was shocking was that the man in the black light was calm and unharmed. He gently exhaled, and with a boom, the dense soul substance dispersed like the heaven and earth being split apart. This terrifying attack was obliterated. However, the black shadow didn't retreat. On the contrary, its scarlet eyes were cold and gloomy, as if it was smiling cruelly. At this time, the chains wrapped around its arms actually seemed to be burning. They flourished with resplendent, silvery white flames, and the densely packed symbols engraved on the chains became dazzling. Chi! The silver chains pierced through all matter and pierced towards the man in the black light to kill him. The most terrifying thing was that the symbols on the chains were concentrated and they vaguely emitted some kind of sound. It was as if millions and millions of creatures were muttering in prayer, but also like the muttering of an endless demon king. It was as if it wanted to obliterate everything. The symbols on the chains possessed inconceivable power, as if they could suppress eternity and pierce through 10,000 worlds with a single strike. The man in the black light had countless symbols around his body. The radiance erupted, and it immediately seemed as if he was standing in an impenetrable land. Moreover, the great bell fragment in his hand rumbled. Divine radiance tore apart the darkness and illuminated all directions. He directly smashed the bell fragment over, smashing into the silver chains that were piercing over. Dang! Countless order symbols appeared between the two, and it was as if millions and millions of divine multicolored light were descending from beyond the world to destroy everything. Even someone as powerful as the man in the black light's pupils contracted. This silver chain was extremely astonishing. It was sturdy and imperishable, able to collide with the Emperor Bell and shake eternity. This was an indestructible object. Those who offend the Soul River will die, and their clans will be exterminated as well. That shadow roared and displayed some secret technique recorded at the end of the Soul River. Time seemed to no longer be continuous, and space became chaotic as well. It was as if he was standing in a different time-space. Many figures appeared and surrounded his opponent. They took action together and smashed over. Dong! A tremendous, trembling sound rang through the air. The man in the black light used the great bell fragment to release a bell wave that swept through all directions. In addition, all types of wondrous techniques erupted. Pooh! The man in the black light went crazy. He didn't fight a protracted battle at all. He quickly released world-shocking energy in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The shadow's body was covered in cracks, and blood flowed out. He did everything he could to resist, using the silver chains to block and lock down the void. However, at this moment, his head suddenly released a pong sound. Like a rotten watermelon, it was blasted apart by the man in the black light's incomparably tyrannical attack. His soul consciousness surged, and a furious roar resounded through the world within the gate. This creature quickly retreated, and the silver chains in his hands released dazzling radiance that illuminated this place. Even its true body could be seen clearly. It lost a head, but there were still 4 heads on its body. One was on its stomach, one was on its back, and the other 2 were on its left and right shoulders. It was incomparably terrifying, after all. Its entire body was covered in black and red corpse hair, and it was even more vicious than a malicious spirit. Its face was full of holes, and maggots were moving in and out of its rotten flesh. It was clear that these were some type of inauspicious bugs, and they were definitely not ordinary scavengers. This monster's mouth was full of fangs, and viscous liquid continuously flowed out from its mouth. Its eyes were blood red and cold. Ho! With a loud roar, its flesh actually squirmed about, changing its form and undergoing a mutation. It was more than 10 times more vicious than before, and on top of its originally ugly foundation, it underwent an indescribable transformation. A foul smell assailed the nostrils. Its entire body was half rotten, and many disgusting heads, tentacles, claws, and other things grew out from various parts of its body. It was simply impossible to look at. It was raised by someone, after all. Its body is bound in chains. The male in the dark light spoke. One end of the silver chains on that monster's body was connected to a special stone pillar, locking it down here. Trespassing into the soul river. Not even death is your final destination. You will be like that woman just now, muddle-headed and forever enslaved. The monster looked at him with hatred. It spoke there, and it was chanting some type of scripture. The silver chains in its hands thus flourished even more brilliantly, making the entire dusky world behind the gate become a vast expanse of whiteness. It was no longer dark and gloomy, but rather terrifying. That type of voice corroded one's life imprint, making one lose their way and sink into the muddle-headedness of death, giving up on oneself. However, the male in the dark light stopped it. This male was too powerful. A symbol appeared between his brows, and then it suddenly shot out a beam of light that rushed into the heavens. Then it burned with endless fiery light, enough to cleanse the world, purify all filth. Right now, his head of hair danced about chaotically, his gaze tearing apart the void. It was incomparably terrifying. The strange monster at the end of the Soul River actually dared to mention that woman, making his anger and grief completely erupt. You? The monster was actually a bit horrified. You deserve to die. Unforgivable. The male in the dark light had boundless killing intent. His battle prowess that was like a vast sea surged violently, boundless and boundless, erupting outwards. Slaughter the monster. Destroy the abnormality. This was his powerful and unshakable will at this moment. Boom! In his hands, the long bronze piece and the broken piece of the bell rumbled and vibrated together. After dozens of attacks, over 100 of them fell forward, and in almost an instant, the monster was blown to smithereens. This type of tyranny, this type of ferocity, it was simply unbelievable, directly blasting apart the strange body, blasting the monster alive, shocking the world. This was the end of the Soul River, the source of all evil. Who dared to set foot here? Who could come here? Once trapped here, one's body and Tao were destined to disappear, forever sinking. However, the male in the dark light here powerfully blasted apart that monster, blasting it into pieces. Filthy blood splattered everywhere, rotten fragments everywhere. Roar! The monster roared, its flesh and blood reforming once again. All because of that silver chain, all the rotten flesh and blood gathered together, reviving and regenerating. The male in the dark light was fearless. With a boom, the symbol between his eyebrows once again appeared and burned. Boundless order, densely packed laws, and many great Tao chains formed a rune flame, submerging the monster in front of him. The monster screamed miserably, continuously rolling about. At the same time, the male in the dark light shook the great bell fragment, causing it to expand explosively, reproducing a complete great bell. The original missing areas were constructed from energy runes. Following that, energy runes also spread out from the bronze piece in his other hand, constructing a complete bronze coffin. Boom! He carried 2 special weapons, taking a step forward, The heaven and earth resonated, about to completely collapse. With a wung sound, the two weapons smashed down like two mountains, causing the monster to be frightened. Its expression changed abruptly. It anxiously tried to escape, but unfortunately, it couldn't escape at all. Pooh! This time, it was even more domineering. The two weapons were like mountains, smashing the monster to pieces, completely disappearing. The filthy blood and rotten flesh that splashed out instantly turned to ashes. In the depths of the gate world, another mysterious existence roared, erupting with endless, strange matter. It carried endless anger, a low roar, actually breaking apart the trajectory of the great Tao, all things seemingly about to die. It really was powerful beyond compare. How many years had passed? There was actually someone who dared come to this place, attacking, unleashing a great slaughter in anger. This left it furious. What are you shouting about? You can die as well. The male in the dark light carried two special weapons, a single step crossing an endless distance, entering the depths of this world's great mist. In the end, he smashed that incomparably powerful, strange creature to death, exploding it. Then, as he pressed forward step by step, a total of 6 great monsters died, all of them blasted apart, dying miserably here. The entire world became quiet, no longer releasing any sounds. There was only the male in the dark light, moving forward alone. At his side, there seemed to be a hazy rain of peach blossoms scattering down. This was a type of mood he was in. He was disappointed and frustrated, helpless, as well as sad. In the end, he still couldn't make that woman stay behind. Qi Zhen, that aloof and fairy-like woman, really was a bit pitiful. The past number 4 beauty under heaven, for the sake of finding him, searching for him, cultivated bitterly. But in the end, her body was indescribable, and then she was captured into the soul river, muddle-headed here, this miserable, lamentable. She didn't ask for much, only wishing that he was still alive, and then just like in the past, watching his rear figure from the distance, quietly following him. He was indeed alive, not dying in the bloody chaos of the past. However, her simple wish couldn't be fulfilled, passing away silently, flowers blooming and scattering, thus forever separated. I will overturn the soul river, break through this place, sacrifice it for you. The male in the dark light carried 2 special weapons, rushing towards the end of the vile earth with large steps. Chapter 1464. The man in the black light killed his way into the depths of the world behind the door. All of this happened very quickly and was completed in an instant. Chu Feng was speechless. Did it just fly away like that? He looked on helplessly as the bronze chunk on his body flew away inexplicably. It was like a cooked duck flying away on its own. What the hell? The rectangular bronze chunk had a great origin. It came from the deepest part of the Taishang Forbidden Area and was suspected to be related to a certain celestial emperor. It had come from a bronze coffin. You have something on you, so you ran away on your own. Xiaowan's large eyes were bright, and the corners of her mouth were curled up. She reminded him while holding back a smile. It was rare to see great Demon Chu's depressed expression as if he were constipated. She was indeed in a good mood. It could be said that her appearance was born from her heart. Her face was as bright as the sun, and she snorted inwardly. Who told you to always bully me? Chu Feng very calmly and naturally knocked down 3 fingers on her head. Her eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Chu Feng had been staring in a certain direction all along. He sensed that the pull from the depths of the Soul Light Cave had taken away the bronze chunk. When he opened his super eyes of fire and gold, he saw a familiar scene. The grid-like path expanded, incomparably deep, and connected to a strange and unknown place. He had experienced it himself. His expression turned solemn. Was that the path to the Soul River? He thought of too many things in a moment. The depths of the Soul Light Cave could connect to the Soul River? This inheritance was too shocking. Such a phenomenon wasn't simple and made one's body go cold. Chu Feng immediately realized that a major situation had occurred. The Soul Light Cave could be the external window of that ominous source. It was a great potential danger to the Yang realm. "Something big is going to happen today," he said softly. He wasn't too angry about losing the bronze chunk. There was a big problem here. There was bound to be a world-shaking change. Had the bronze chunk flown away to suppress the evil? At the same time, Chu Feng didn't know why, but he also felt a kind of sentimental emotion. He resonated with it and experienced some kind of helplessness, loneliness, longing, and finally the desolation of a sad ending. Someone has passed away? He actually has such strong thoughts. Zilwan was also bewildered. Something sorrowful seemed to have happened in the depths of the soul-light cave. Gradually, she sensed it and was on the verge of shedding tears. She was infected by some kind of inexplicable emotion. Her heart was pounding as she experienced part of the thoughts of a pitiful woman. At this moment, the soul-light cave was silent. Everyone was lying on the ground. Not a single living being could move. This had never happened before. "What are we going to do now? Run?" Zilwan asked in a low voice. "What are you running for?" "Now is the time." Before Chu Feng could finish his words, Zilwan became excited and said, "Are we going to pick up the corpses?" This time, Chu Feng directly hit her head with 4 fingers and said, "Pick up your head." Zilwan burst into tears. She didn't want to cry, but it was too painful. She felt a bump growing on her head in an instant. Human traffickers were just too annoying. Chu Feng lectured her, saying, "Didn't you see that wherever the black light passed, even the rat holes were emptied? What do you expect him to leave behind? The soul light cave is now being suppressed by the vicious man. This is a rare opportunity. Let's pluck out all the immortal medicines on the islands of the Sun River. If we don't take what the heavens have given us, we will be punished instead." The Sun River was very majestic. If one didn't understand it, just looking at it from the front, the surface of the river was like a golden sea with surging waves and golden clouds splashing in all directions. There was an island in front of them that was suffused with a 5-colored halo. The center was especially sacred, and there was even more intense soul power surging. While they were talking, Chu Feng had already landed on the island. "The Way of Fortune," he exclaimed. This place was right under the nose of the Soul Light Cave. Normally, there was no one guarding it. Who would dare to come here? "There are big insects," Zilwan said in a low voice. No matter how relaxed they were, the Soul Light Cave couldn't possibly leave rare great medicines here. There were 2 snow-white snakes that were twice as thick as a water tank. Their scales were as big as palm leaf fans, and they hissed and flicked their tongues. They had a single horn on their heads, and they coiled into a terrifying snake mountain. There was a huge oppressive feeling as they became a white mountain guarding the medicine field. "Divine King Realm." Zilwan patted her chest and cursed inwardly. This broken place in the Yang realm was really not fun. Just by walking around, she would run into some creatures that made her dizzy and tremble. How could it compare to the little nether realm? Her grandfather wasn't at the divine level, but once he set out, he could dominate everything. She could proudly raise her chin and wander around the world. "So weak," Chu Feng said. For a moment, Zilwan didn't want to speak. This was too much of a blow. However, this seemed to be her backer. In the future, if Demon Chu wasn't beaten to death and the others smoothly died, then she could use Chu Feng's name to create chaos. With 2 bangs, the 2 white snakes didn't even have time to react before they were knocked down by Chu Feng. When the huge snake mountain collapsed, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed, and huge rocks tumbled about. As for domains, they couldn't stop the current heavenly master Chu Feng. He broke through them all. Soul flowers. There were a total of 53 stalks, and each stalk only had 1 flower. They were as big as the mouth of a bowl and contained a dense brilliance. It was hard to tell their specific composition, but they could nourish the soul. After arriving here, Chu Feng's soul light was actually about to leave his body after being illuminated by the soul light. He didn't say anything else and plucked a big flower and stuffed it into his mouth. Chi, chi, chi. In an instant, the medicine field was bare. All the soul flowers had been dug out and placed in a jade box. What about me? The Tsundere Zilwan wasn't Tsundere anymore. Her eyes were green because she saw Chu Feng's soul light leave his body after he ate a golden flower bud that was as big as the mouth of a bowl. It rose sharply by a chunk. The value of this thing was too shocking. The medicinal effect was practically immediate. Chu Feng wasn't stingy and stuffed one into her mouth. The soul flower was too efficacious. Its fragrance assailed the nostrils, and it resonated with the spirit to strengthen one's soul force. This caused the soul light on Ziluan's forehead to leap out like a silver flame. It flickered with resplendent radiance, as if it was burning and jumping. Obviously, her soul force had also increased a lot. Whoosh! Chu Feng's movements were extremely fast. When he left the island, he scraped away all the soil in the medicine field. Moreover, during this process, he gnawed on a second soul flower. Its fragrance assailed the nostrils, and it melted in his mouth. However, the effect this time was very ordinary. The soul light flickered a few times before returning to tranquility. Could it be that everyone could only eat one flower? The human body's resistance to medicine was too much. In the next instant, he arrived on another island. His whole body was burning hot, and the whole island was raining fire. There was purple chi everywhere, and a rich fragrance overflowed in all directions. There were 6 divine kings guarding the island. There were 2 trees in the center that were no taller than a person. Purple chi steamed, and fire rain splashed. The fragrance was wafting precisely from there. The tree body wasn't thick, but the old bark on the branches was cracked. Even the newly grown thin branches were the same, as if they had grown a layer of scales. The purple leaves carried a fiery light and were very luxuriant. There were 11 fruits on one tree and 13 on the other tree. The fruits were shaped like apricots and could be as big as an adult's fist. They were fragrant and tempting. The 2 trees were very special. Their roots were rooted in a golden liquid that resembled magma. Was that a substance extracted from the Sun River? It carried the attribute of extreme yang. Purple mist blossomed from the 2 trees, and fire rain splashed. Soul fruit. This thing was too astonishing. Even Chu Feng's eyes turned green. On the way here, he had connected to the light net of the Yang realm and carefully understood the soul light cave. This could be considered the most astonishing specialty of the soul light cave. The fruit produced by this kind of soul tree was hard to find in the world. It could only grow here and would be useless even if it was transplanted elsewhere. It wasn't like the soul-strengthening grass and soul flower, which had very few successful transplanting cases. Moreover, the medicinal effect of the soul fruit was higher and more intense. It was far from what the soul-strengthening grass and soul flower could compare to. If it was said that Chu Feng still didn't have absolute confidence in saving Celestial Lord Yushang before this, then such worries didn't exist now. As long as this person was still alive, even if he was on his deathbed, he could still be saved and his soul could be reconstructed. The fruit contained a rich soul substance that was hard to find in the world. There was only one. 6 divine kings had been soundlessly taken down by Chu Feng. How could they resist King Hung, who was rarely seen since ancient times? However, when Chu Feng was about to pluck the soul fruit, an accident occurred. There were actually 2 insects lying on the leaves. They looked like silkworms. They were snow-white and translucent, round and plump, but they were actually quasi-celestial lords. Obviously, they had secret treasures on them that could conceal their auras. Moreover, they were also in deep sleep, quietly guarding the 2 medicinal trees. Now, they had been alarmed. Bang, bang. The quasi-celestial lords weren't enough. As soon as the 2 insects moved, they were smacked to death by Chu Feng. It was really like an adult trampling on ordinary meat insects. He was convinced that these 2 trees were extraordinary and that the Soul Light Cave was extremely concerned about them. If it wasn't for the fact that one's cultivation had reached the Celestial Lord realm, they would become a leader of a region. Their status would be noble, and it wouldn't be appropriate to casually order them around. This place definitely had to arrange for 2 of them to guard the medicinal garden. Chu Feng directly plucked a fruit. The instant he chewed on it, his soul substance flared up. Very soon, his soul light skyrocketed. At this moment, all the pores on his body gushed out with soul light. The rich soul substance was too strong. It nourished his soul and penetrated his corporeal body. This won't do. It's too wasteful. Chu Feng growled, suppress. He used his body as a furnace to burn his soul light and quench the soul substance to nourish and temper his own soul. At the same time, it also nourished his corporeal body. It actually had benefits. Of course, the most important thing was to strengthen his soul light and soul force. His corporeal body was like a furnace. It compressed his soul light and caused all the soul substance to rumble inside his body, unable to disperse. For a moment, ear-splitting rumbles resounded inside Chu Feng's body. In the end, there was even a sonorous sound, as if a mortal iron was being hammered. His soul light flickered as it was unceasingly refined by the corporeal body's furnace. The blood of the king hung physique, which shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, was like blazing lightning. It streaked continuously through Chu Feng's body until it transformed into mysterious firewood that burned his soul light. Very soon, his soul light underwent a qualitative change. After surging violently, it condensed and took form. It shot out violently like sword chi. After it transformed into a beam of light and rushed out of his body, it roamed the great void and easily tore apart the firmament. The soul fruit is too tyrannical. I was almost burned to death. But this kind of sublimation feeling is very wonderful. My soul light leaving my body to attack alone is equivalent to a kind of terrifying, wonderful technique. The soul light transformed into sword light and returned to his body. It flowed in his blood and flickered between his eyebrows. It was everywhere. The sublimated soul light was world-shocking and all-conquering outside. While it was dormant inside his body, it nourished his corporeal body and brought endless benefits. Zilwan looked on anxiously. Although she yearned for such a rare and precious soul fruit, she was embarrassed to open her mouth because it was really too precious. She also knew that if this kind of thing was given to someone who needed it, the effect would be far more powerful than if she were to consume it. Chu Feng gave her a glance and said, "Don't look anymore. Just those tiny arms and legs of yours are as weak as bean sprouts. If you really bite one, your soul light will be burned to ashes." Zilwan was dispirited. Was she really that disappointing? But not long ago, she was still of the cosmic realm. Looking down on me? Just wait and see. There will be a day when she will awaken her past life and suppress the present world with her cosmic realm corporeal body. She used the method of spiritual victory to console herself. However, Chu Feng looked at her and still plucked a fruit. He used his finger to pinch off a small piece and gave it to her. "It's not that I can't bear to give it to you. Try it first." Zilwan's movements were swift. She was no longer like a delicate girl. She swallowed it in one gulp and didn't even have time to taste its flavor. After that, she cried out, "It's on fire." The raging flames are soaring straight into the 33 heavens. Indeed, her whole body was on fire, especially the top of her skull. Her soul left her body and transformed into a fiery light. It wanted to soar into the sky and burn wantonly. Chu Feng hurriedly took action. It was really as he had expected. This thing wasn't prepared for low-level evolvers at all. Even a celestial venerable could barely handle it. He helped to suppress and refine it. Only then did Zilwan endure it. After recovering her injured body and soul light, she obtained a lot of benefits. Her divine soul was stable and rose sharply. Look for me when you reach the celestial venerable realm. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he swallowed the fruit in his hand that was gushing with purple clouds. As expected, his body was even more resplendent this time. The soul substance was sealed inside his body. It flickered violently and made sonorous noises. It was even more intense than the sound of iron being struck. "It's on fire!" Zilwan cried out. "I've helped you put it out." Chu Feng suppressed the soul force inside his body. He used his blood as a fire to burn his soul light and let out continuous rumbling sounds. "I'm talking about you. Look, you're about to be burned to a crisp." Zilwan pointed at where his heel was. Chu Feng also somewhat sensed it, but it really didn't hurt. Now that he lowered his head to look, he discovered that his foot was indeed on fire. Even though it hadn't injured his body, it was still a definite threat. At the very least, a pair of extremely high-grade combat boots had been burned a little. This fire isn't normal. Chu Feng uprooted the two trees and completely put away the soul tree. Then, he blasted the ground with his fist. Immediately, magma splashed in all directions and the earth ruptured. This island was completely pierced through. Apart from the expected solar essence flame that was drawn from that great golden river, there was also a mysterious energy that came from a certain tunnel. Chu Feng's pupils contracted as he saw a very narrow tunnel. Wisps of soul substance were flowing in it. Moreover, this tunnel was in the shape of a grid. It was as if a tangible ultrasonic wave was expanding, and there seemed to be glowing ripples undulating as they constructed this kind of road. Chu Feng's heart was pounding violently. He immediately realized where this led to: the Soul River. No wonder there isn't a soul tree elsewhere. It can't be raised at all. So that's how it is. Is this being irrigated by the Soul River? For a moment, Chu Feng felt a bit nauseous. The birth of this fruit really wasn't that holy. He always felt that the river wasn't clean enough. In particular, he was a bit worried. Could it be that he had been contaminated by the strangeness? Do you have any abnormalities? Chu Feng asked Zilwan. No, everything's great. My soul light has increased by a large margin. I feel that restoring the strength of the cosmic realm is just around the corner. That's good. Chu Feng nodded, completely ignoring the fact that she was a universe-level expert. During this process, he refined the second fruit, and his soul force increased again. He actually hadn't reached the stage where the so-called medicinal effect lost its effect. This soul fruit was a bit heaven-defying. The soul light left his body and transformed into an exceptional sword light. It cut through everything and swept in all directions. The void collapsed, and the blue dome of heaven was pierced full of holes. The distant island rumbled and was annihilated before vanishing. The effect is too strong. My soul light is a wonderful technique of its own. I haven't even found a secret technique to practice. Chu Feng was a bit astonished himself and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His eyes burned with passion. There were still over 20 soul fruits. If they were still effective for him, then to what extent could his soul light be strengthened? He even thought of all kinds of secret techniques to train his soul light. I don't care for ordinary secret techniques. Perhaps I could try to evolve the wonderful 8 treasures technique. That's right. He wanted to add the soul matter element in addition to the yin, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and sun. If he succeeded, it wouldn't be the wonderful 7 treasures technique anymore. Bang! Chu Feng opened up the path with his soul light. The resplendent sword light split the earth and revealed everything under the island. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the truth. What flowed through the grid-like tunnel wasn't a soul river, but refined soul matter. Moreover, there was the densest essence of extreme yang underground. There was an innate essence of extreme yang that could burn a celestial venerable to death, which further refined the soul matter. After that, it was purified by the soul tree and formed fruits. At present, it seemed to have nothing to do with strangeness and didn't involve pollution. So what if there's strangeness and inauspiciousness? It's not like I haven't experienced it before. I'm no longer tormented by the gray fog back then. Now, you're just my nourishment. Chu Feng was fearless. The small millstone in his body revolved and rumbled as it crushed his soul light and refined it. This thing innately restrained inauspicious matter. He didn't discover any abnormalities, which meant that there were no problems with the soul fruit. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from underground. An underground palace appeared beside the grid-like tunnel that was connected to the Soul River. After that, the main door collapsed. In a split second, Inshi overflowed into the sky. Large amounts of rotting corpses, skeletal remains, and all kinds of dark creatures surged out like a tide. All of them were very powerful. This astonished Chu Feng. They had the aura of the Soul River. These were the creatures that had truly come out from the Soul River. Many of them were formed from soul light. Celestial venerable, Ziawan's face was deathly pale. If it wasn't for Chu Feng being by her side, she would have long since fallen limp from the shock. Even Chu Feng's expression was solemn. Some of these rotting corpses and soul lights were at the celestial venerable level. Kill! Chu Feng coldly rebuked. The soul light between his brows surged and transformed into a glaring soul sword. It was extremely resplendent and swept over. The sound of the soul light being annihilated could be heard. After the soul light that left his body turned into sword chi, it was invincible. It was the nemesis of these dark creatures, and all of them were wiped out. In the next moment, the rotting corpses surged like a tide. Large amounts of dark creatures appeared again, as well as several celestial venerable level skeletal remains. In the end, a splendor flashed between Chu Feng's brows. Sword lights surged, resplendent and intimidating. It flattened that place and blasted the underground palace apart with a boom. For a moment, sword chi crisscrossed and surged underground. Chu Feng slashed dozens of times and razed that place to the ground. All of the strange creatures scattered and were completely annihilated. So strong, Ziawan's eyes were full of little stars. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I pray that you can definitely survive in the Yang realm and endure until a martial emperor passes away in meditation." Chu Feng found it pleasing to his ears. He was just about to reveal a smile to express his confidence. In the end, he heard her mutter again. "In this way, I can use your name to create chaos. Chu Jinxiang, you mustn't die prematurely. Otherwise, I'll have to find another family." Bang! This time, all 5 of Chu Feng's fingers smashed on her head, causing her to lose control of her tear ducts. She cried loudly, and tears fell like rain. She couldn't bear the pain. "Let's go." Chu Feng took Ziawan and left this place. There was no need to stay for long. Along the way, he swept through a few more islands. Unfortunately, there wasn't much value. All of the great medicines were concentrated on the first 2 islands. "Where to?" Ziawan asked. After wiping away her tears, her large eyes were sparkling. She had a feeling that the human traffickers were up to no good and wanted to stir up a huge storm. Chu Feng said, "I'm going to the extreme north to dig into the martial madman's lair. Now, all the powerhouses under him have run to the Yin province to wait. It can be said that they're all gone. I'll go to the emperor's lair and clean it up for the empty nest old man." "Damn, are you crazy?" Ziawan cried out in alarm. She didn't want to be so crazy. Wasn't this courting death? The courageous will be stuffed to death. The cowardly will starve to death. Always following behind that black light. You can only drink soup. I'm going to patronize them first. I've even dug out the mouse hole in the martial madman's lair. There's nothing left. Chu Feng, will never fall behind. Chu Feng constructed a domain along the way and headed north. Ziawan's face was green. She kept shouting for help. "I'm going to get off." At this time, at the end of the Spirit River, in the world behind the door, a storm of blood had passed. The man in the black light had started a massacre and was charging forward. At first, the world behind the door was very vast. It was like a new world full of mist and boundless. Along the way, there were dilapidated spiritual mountains, dilapidated copper palaces, and giant stone pillars. It was like a world of ruins. Many corpses were hung on the stone pillars and within the copper palaces. It was a terrifying scene. There weren't many creatures who were truly conscious and attacking the man in the black light. Countless years ago, an earth-shattering battle had erupted here and destroyed too many things. As they went deeper, the entire world seemed to have shrunk and become shorter. It went from a boundless world to a catacomb. It was very odd and abrupt. Just a moment ago, the world was boundless, but the next moment, he had entered the catacomb world. The man in the black light walked forward with firm steps. He carried a coffin in one hand and a bell in the other. He didn't say anything when he encountered obstructors. He would fight them without stopping until they exploded. He was bathed in ominous blood as he passed through the strange mist and followed the spirit river behind the door. He wanted to see the end. "Halt!" Someone sighed. There was a crudely constructed stone palace on the shore in front of the catacomb. It seemed to have been casually built by amateurs. There was an old Buddhist race creature sitting cross-legged in the stone palace. Although he was only a skeleton with barely any flesh left, he was glowing with golden light as though a Buddhist nation had enveloped this place. The fallen Buddhist race? The man in the black light didn't stop and continued to walk forward. He even raised a bronze coffin and prepared to kill him. The old Buddhist said, "You can't go any further." Back then, 3 celestial emperors destroyed this place, and the Spirit River almost dried up. However, this also angered several indescribable existences in the depths of the vile earth. An indescribable battle erupted here, and it was related to the continuation of the myriad worlds. It was too bitter and caused this place to gradually change over the years. You can't go any further. I have good intentions and once belonged to the world of the living. Although I've been polluted, I haven't completely lost my original heart. I think it's the creatures in the vile earth who can't sit still anymore. They're afraid that I'll flatten this place and allow you, the fallen Buddhist race, to deceive me. As he spoke, the man in the black light closed in again and attacked. The bell vibrated, and with a hong sound, bell waves swept forward. Even though the old monk was very strong, half of his body was still blasted apart, and the stone palace also exploded. At this time, a white light flashed. A white crow flew over from the depths of the catacomb along the Spirit River and appeared here. Perhaps, to be more precise, it could be called a white crow. Its energy was very heavy. Although its entire body was snow white, there was no holy aura at all. Its pupils were red like blood and reflected the scene of the falling heavens and gradually being destroyed. Young man, it's better for you to stop. There are some old matters that can't be mentioned again, and some old paths can't be walked anymore. The place ahead has been sealed for a long time. If you step forward, something will happen. Regardless of whether it's your side or the side in the depths of the Spirit River, neither side is willing to see it. Damn crow, are you threatening me? The man in the black light was incomparably unyielding and had no intention of stopping at all. He still walked forward with large strides and said, "In my opinion, the so-called last pass wasn't destroyed back then was most likely a rumor. In fact, this place has already been dug through, right? Are there only a few big and small cats left? Today, I'm going to overturn it again." The white crow sighed and said, "Be careful with your words." In the end, he thought about it and said, "Stop. This is good for both sides. Otherwise, the falling of the heavens will begin and everything will start because of you. When that really happens, no one will be able to stop this supreme existence at the end of the Spirit River wretched earth because the people from back then are no longer here. Damn duck, you're all going to die soon, right?" The man in the black light strode forward. On the other side, the strange and sinister white crow's expression froze for a rare moment. He had an urge to curse. Where did this young brat come from? He was boundlessly arrogant, and his words were not pleasing to the ears. What did he mean by a damn duck being stubborn? How can you stop? The white crow emphasized. He just didn't want to see the falling of the heavens, the blood of all worlds, and the complete collapse of all heaven and earth. The man in the black light looked down and saw a dull peach blossom in the palm of his right hand. He knew that he couldn't save it in the end. However, he still couldn't help but want to try, even if it was just a memory. Then, he opened his mouth and directly stated his conditions. "Give me 100 reincarnation talismans." On the other side, the white crow was petrified. How many? He suspected that he didn't hear clearly. "Damn duck, are you old? Can't you hear me clearly?" 100. The man in the black light shouted. The white crow was so angry that he wanted to turn hostile. First, it was because the other party had called him that. Throughout the ages, how many people in all the worlds had dared to speak to him like that? In addition, it was because the man in the black light was too unreasonable. How many talismans did he want? 100. Was he trying to make a deal that would last for eternity? Right, I want talismans related to the one who ruled the eons, ancestral talismans that could be used on the main path of reincarnation. I don't want the ones you made yourself. They're too dirty. The man in the black light added, F***CK. Although the white crow was extremely fierce, he really couldn't hold it in anymore. He had the urge to curse. Who do you want? And you want 100. Chapter 1465. Chu Feng went all the way north, crossing hundreds of provinces and occasionally passing through special chaotic realms before finally arriving at the northernmost area of the Yang realm. This place was too special. Even if the martial madman wasn't in seclusion, it was still a place that no one dared to approach. At first, it was still fine as there were people on the ground, but after crossing a bloody mountain ridge, it was completely different. The whole world suddenly became quiet. It was like a land of death. There was no sound, no living creatures, and the whole world was silent. There was only a murderous aura left in the world, as if all living things had died. After the bloody mountain ridge, the land was also red. According to legend, this was dyed red by the blood of supreme beings. An ultimate war had taken place here. The martial madman's sect was rather mysterious and complicated. It was said that they rose inexplicably from this land of death and became the most terrifying ultimate orthodoxy in the north. Some said that the ancestor of this lineage had awakened in this bloody land of silence and had an unfathomable origin. There were also rumors that the ancestor of this lineage was suspected to be a creature that crawled out of the celestial emperor's burial pit and fell into the northernmost area of the Yang realm. That was why he dyed the mountains and rivers red, turning the vast territory full of vitality into a silent land of death. In any case, this place was extremely mysterious and strange. I finally set foot on this land. The northernmost area was very demonic and terrifying. Chu Feng felt a very unusual aura. There were still people on this side of the mountain ridge, but after crossing it, it was as if he had stepped into the underworld and arrived at the cold underworld. Of course, there were also people who said that this might be caused by the martial monarch's seclusion. From prehistoric times until now, he had absorbed too much vitality, causing this place to change. In fact, some of the martial monarch's disciples and followers were summoned here after he revived in this world. Without a sound, Chu Feng took a step forward and the mountains and rivers turned upside down. It was as if he had shrunk the earth into inches, and a vast land appeared behind him. His speed was too fast. I can't get out of the car. Zilwan was about to cry. She felt that there was nothing left to live for. In her opinion, the human trafficker had gone mad. What were you doing? The martial monarch's lineage was looking for your whereabouts all over the world to harvest you. But you came here on your own. What if you ran into an old monster, an almighty being, or the martial monarch? That scene would be too tragic. Perhaps, at that time, he wouldn't even be able to die, but he would be even more miserable. Zilwan muttered. She really wanted to cry. Chu Feng didn't dare to directly traverse the sky when he arrived at the northern land that was filled with devilish characteristics. Instead, he cautiously approached the legendary martial emperor's Dao grounds. He was scared that something unexpected would happen. After all, this bloodline was incomparably terrifying and mysterious. There were always all types of terrifying legends. If it really involved a large burial pit, it would definitely be very sinister. No one knew what the things that crawled out of it would leave behind. Even if the martial madman was not around, it was still better to be careful. Chu Feng said, If you were a little stronger, I would have just dropped you on the way. But in your current state, any wolf god king or fox spirit that jumps out can eat you in one bite. Not even a feather will be left. Zilwan was speechless. These words were really unpleasant to hear. She wasn't considered weak now. She had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past 10 years since she came to the Yang realm. She was much stronger than before. However, when she thought of how Chu Feng could kill a celestial venerable with a raise of his hand, she indeed felt a sense of speechlessness. The Yang realm was vast, and there were too many experts. There were even gods in the mountains. It was indeed full of danger for her. All right, you can hide in the jar. Chu Feng stuffed her into the stone jar. As a result, Zilwan exploded as soon as she was thrown in. She screamed and rushed out with a blood-colored face floating behind her. "Suppress, go back," Chu Feng shouted. This was an ominous mutation caused by him accidentally coming into contact with a trace of the great universe-level pollen in the supreme forbidden area. At that time, he resolutely cut it out of his body. He didn't throw it away, but sealed it in the jar. At first, it was very dangerous, but as time passed, he was able to control it. In particular, the reincarnation soil could restrain this strange product. This blood-colored ominous product eventually became silent and hid under the reincarnation soil, no longer moving. Chu Feng had always felt that he could use it in the future, so he didn't want to give it up now. At this time, he passed through the vast blood-colored land and sensed all kinds of vitality in the extreme north. He finally found the martial madman's dojo. This place was known as a danger zone. However, there was a city on the periphery of this dojo, and there were signs of human habitation. He ignored it and quickly entered the central area of the danger zone that made people feel incomparably oppressive. This dojo is a bit desolate. Chu Feng was deeply surprised. Of course, the suffocating feeling that made his body tense was also very strong. This place was extremely dangerous. In front of him was the martial emperor's dojo, which had been regarded as a death zone since prehistoric times. In the past, not many people knew about this place. It was only after the revival of the martial emperor that this place became known throughout the world. It was barren, without vegetation or rivers. There were rocks and barren land everywhere. It could be called a barren land. However, after walking for a while, he suddenly revealed a look of surprise. The barren land that didn't look like much and the mountainous area that didn't have the aura of a dojo suddenly made people feel like their bodies were about to explode and their hair stood on end. In front of him, there was a dilapidated signboard made of bronze. It was green and rusty, and it was propped up on the ground, leaning against a large green rock. There were 3 big words written on it: Southern Heavenly Gate. They were too arrogant. They actually dared to write like this. This was the so-called Southern Heavenly Gate. Didn't that mean that the depths of the dojo was the dwelling place of the Yang Realm Lord? Chu Feng looked at it again and again. Although the words were very old, he did recognize them. They belonged to the Yang Realm. It shouldn't have been dug out from under the famous mountains and rivers. It should have been written by the martial madman's lineage. However, it's a bit old. Could it have been written by the founder of the sect? Standing here made people feel uncomfortable, as if they were being pricked by needles. Even ordinary heavenly venerables couldn't stand it. Chu Feng ignored it. He used his domain technique to detect a safe path and walk toward the depths of this land without anyone noticing. Overall, it was quite smooth, and he didn't encounter any obstacles. The main reason was that the martial madman's dojo was too vast. Coupled with his fame, no one in the world dared to set foot here and offend the martial emperor. Therefore, the lineage didn't pay much attention to the outer regions. They weren't worried that someone would dare to court death. Before long, Chu Feng saw creatures. This area was still very dangerous. There were mad beasts roaring on the empty, blood-colored land ahead. This made him reveal a solemn expression. Those ancient beasts had broken skulls, and their bodies emitted a rancid odor as they ran on the blood-colored plain. There were divine kings and heavenly venerables. There was also a corpse that was suspected to be an almighty being refined into a puppet. It wandered here and patrolled the dojo. Chu Feng didn't provoke it. He used his heavenly master-level domain technique and passed through this area without attracting anyone's attention. At this time, he truly entered an important area. There was a rich vitality in this area. There were many cave dwellings and palaces floating in the air. Some of the martial madman's disciples and grand disciples lived here. Is this considered courting death? I'm about to enter the main lair of the empty nest old master. Chu Feng muttered to himself. He had long since covered his entire body with reincarnation soil. Not a single wisp of aura could be seen. He still had a certain level of confidence. According to Old Gu, his big brotherly Su had once searched all over the world for soul flesh, and it was precisely this reincarnation soil. One could easily imagine how rare and useful this thing was. Chu Feng still hadn't completely understood its functions, but it could conceal heaven's secrets and seal one's body in Tao marks. This was a supreme ability. Without a sound, Chu Feng sank into the ground and floated into the depths of the dojo along the earth veins like a ghost. Is this orthodoxy so fearless? Chu Feng was astonished. The martial emperor dojo had domains and death zones, but it wasn't as unapproachable as he had imagined. That's right. If it becomes a hellish place, his disciples and grand disciples won't be able to survive here. He gradually felt relieved after observing the trajectory of the earth veins. In truth, the martial emperor's lineage was powerful because of its people and not the terrain. This sect had always been tyrannical. Every time they appeared, they would conquer the world and slaughter sections. What they believed in was offense. They never cared too much about letting go because they believed that offense was the strongest defense in the world. Moreover, as long as the martial emperor was alive, he could suppress the world. How many people would dare to come here and cause trouble? If someone really did come, the so-called killing domains wouldn't be able to stop them. For example, the prehistoric evil hand Li Su. Especially when Li Su died in prehistoric times, this sect became even more terrifying. Since then, they had become unbridled and would frequently massacre immortal inheritances. For example, the incomparably powerful ancient dream path from prehistoric times was defeated by them and massacred completely. Almost no one from the sect escaped. The ancient dream path was the source of the lesser netherworld and Damung Pure Land. It was also the sect of the most beautiful woman in the world, Fairy Qingshi, in her previous life. This orthodoxy was known as one of the most powerful inheritances in the world and had grasped one of the 10 great prehistoric breathing techniques. In the end, it was still destroyed. Of course, this was also related to the sect's founder, Nirvana, who had stepped onto the path of reincarnation. Although the sect's founder returned from the path of reincarnation in the end, it could be said that he went against the heavens and displayed supreme divine abilities in order to save the ancient dream path. But in the end, the martial madman personally took action and attacked crazily, and still managed to kill the Mongolian Tao patriarch. The ancient dream path that possessed one of the 10 great prehistoric breathing techniques was destroyed and removed from the world of the living. This was indeed a great massacre that shocked the ages. The martial madman's madness, tyranny, and blood-stained hands were vividly and incisively displayed back then. No one could stop him, and this was only one of his accomplishments. There were others. The martial emperor's bloodline ran amok in the world and destroyed countless orthodoxies. If it wasn't for the martial madman suddenly going into seclusion and going silent for thousands of years, who knew how many bloody massacres would have happened? After Chu Feng came to the world of the living, he had gone to the ancient dream path with old Gu and personally witnessed some of the marks of the past. Speaking of which, the martial madman's line destroyed the orthodoxy of my child's mother's previous life. This time, I'm here to help reap some of the interest. Of course, he had long since understood that the current Qin Luoyin had already awakened Fairy Qingshi's memories and was no longer completely her. It would be difficult for them to cross paths again. Chu Feng was like a specter as he silently wandered around this vast Tao field. This place was really too big. Some places were bare, and some places were so dense with immortal qi that it couldn't be dispersed. The place was exuberant with vitality. You guys are tyrannical and insolent. This is good. You guys believe in using offense as defense. Today, it's actually convenient for me to visit. Chu Feng avoided some places that made people shudder. Even if the martial madman wasn't here, this place was still extremely dangerous under the circumstances where all of his personal disciples were present. For example, near a certain cold pond, there was actually a skeleton of a powerhouse that was full of holes. This was the result of the black mist that came out from there, corroding the flesh and blood, and even the bones were about to disintegrate. There was also a medicinal field where there was an ancient beast of a shockingly high level. Although it looked muddle-headed, it was definitely a top-notch powerhouse among the powerhouses. That medicinal field contained intense radiation energy. To many people, it was a fatal source of pollution. Of course, to creatures that could withstand its medicinal properties, it was a pure land, a celestial herb garden. Even that powerhouse ancient beast was in a muddle-headed state from the radiation. One could see how shocking and terrifying it was. Chu Feng's eyes were green as he stared at the medicinal field. He looked at it again and again, but in the end, he didn't make a move. He had a feeling that this was an experimental field, and it wasn't just because of the radiation from the ultimate medicinal herbs. He believed that it was most likely related to the scattering of some strange substances by humans in an attempt to cultivate new varieties and mutate invincible medicinal herbs. He had once heard that some ultimate life forms were very bold. In order to achieve breakthroughs, they would occasionally use strange and inauspicious substances to water the medicinal herbs and observe them. Chu Feng suspected that it was most likely the martial madman's personal disciples who helped him experiment. Should I directly attack the emperor's lair? He wanted to go to the martial madman's place of seclusion. That place was most likely to have supreme martial scriptures, and perhaps even the art of time. It was definitely a heaven-defying place. Ever since he entered, he already knew where that place was. Because the radiation was too severe, it was different from the others. Moreover, it was a stretch of darkness like a heavenly abyss. Volcanoes, snowy plains, and everything else could be found in that land of darkness. All kinds of extreme terrains were combined together. In the deepest part, it was impossible to see through. There was only darkness and fatal radiation that was so dense that even almighty figures couldn't withstand it. It's too dangerous, Chu Feng sighed. However, he didn't give up. He concealed his tracks and cautiously approached that area. At the same time, he was also exploring, hoping to find the great medicinal field of this ultimate dojo. That place is a little different. It's actually on par with the martial madman's place of seclusion, and it's much higher than the other places. After approaching the dark area, Chu Feng endured the intense radiation and saw something strange on the other side. It was a quiet land with dead silence. He could even vaguely see that the terrain there was higher than the martial madman's place of seclusion. Of course, he couldn't see the depths of the darkness where the martial madman was. The most surprising thing was that, from the layout, it looked like a place of pilgrimage. It was an extraordinary place. Chu Feng approached it. It was an island in the sea of magma. It was very strange. Even though the scarlet magma sea had yet to solidify and was undulating, it was also silent, making this place seem exceptionally quiet. It's not simple. From a distance, people would ignore the magma and only see the island. But when they got closer, they would quickly ignore the island and only stare at the stone temple on the island. When Chu Feng landed on the island, he felt an abnormality. There are traces of radiation left behind from ancient times, and some of it still existed. In an instant, his expression froze. Why did he feel that this residual radiation wasn't simple? Even after so many years, people could still sense its shocking level. The creature that left behind the radiation might not be weaker than the martial madman at its peak. This was what Chu Feng felt. This place was too evil. Everything went smoothly. There were no other obstacles apart from the residual radiation. Moreover, he had the reincarnation soil on him. After this exhaustion, only traces of radiation were left, which wouldn't harm him. There wasn't a single person guarding here. The island wasn't big, and it was as quiet as an ancient painting. After landing on the island, Chu Feng approached the stone temple and circled around it. In the end, he was instantly stunned. There was a dilapidated garden behind the stone temple. It seemed to be a medicinal field that had been left behind from countless years ago and lacked management. There were some decaying medicinal plants and ancient trees there, as well as intense radiation. This is a good place. Chu Feng guessed that this might be an ultimate medicinal field that had been abandoned and hadn't been taken care of for many years. However, it was definitely of great use to him. He was almost drooling. However, he didn't know whether he could successfully excavate it. After all, once it was contaminated with the word ultimate, it would be something terrifying. The radiation was fatal. The relatively desolate medicinal field was faintly glowing. There was a faint medicinal fragrance amidst the decaying medicinal plants. What did he see? A fruit was half hidden under the plants that lacked vitality. An invincible fruit, an ultimate fruit? Chu Feng guessed. However, he didn't act blindly without thinking. An abandoned ultimate medicinal field might not be that simple. Subsequently, he turned to the main entrance of the stone temple. Through the half-open stone door, he saw the scenery inside. In the magnificent stone temple, there was only a sacrificial altar. There were no other decorations in the temple. This palace was only used to shelter the altar from the wind and rain and to block the dust and sand. There was something on the altar, a skeleton. It had some humanoid characteristics, but there were many obvious differences. For example, there were wing bones and a hole in the forehead, which should be left by a vertical eye. The skeleton was snow white but lusterless. There was no radiation or energy fluctuation, but it was placed on the altar. What kind of creature is this? What is its origin? The temple it is in is comparable to the martial madman's seclusion ground. It's definitely extraordinary. However, no matter how Chu Feng looked at it, the skeleton was too ordinary. Why was it placed on the altar? Who was it sacrificed to? Or could it be that this isn't an altar, but rather an ancestral altar, and that this bone is being worshipped? Chu Feng had a feeling that this skeleton was extraordinary. He decided to find a way to get it away and try to refine it into a weapon. He even made a connection. Could it be an elder of the martial madman's sect? But why was there no danger? It felt like it had been reduced to an ordinary bone. If it really is an ultimate bone, I must refine it into a weapon. No, in order to avenge the ancient dream path, I should take a few bones and feed them to the beasts. However, what kind of ferocious beast could bite an extreme bone? Chu Feng was thinking of all kinds of messy ideas. For a moment, he thought of the big black dog. If he fed the bones of an ultimate creature to the dog, would it eat it? Probably only it could bite it. Of course, this was all a whim. He did not really want to do it, but just thought about it. However, there was a giant beast in the sky that was suspicious and restless because it had an inexplicable feeling. Damn it! In the void of an unknown heaven far away, a big black dog muttered to itself with a gloomy face. Recently, there have been people talking about me, disturbing my peace. It naturally thought of Li Su, who had mentioned it not long ago, saying that it had been attacked by a black dog, and that it had also said that it wanted to smash the heads of a group of people. At that time, it really wanted to go down and bite those people to death. They were not good people. At this time, it sensed something again. Someone was definitely talking about it. Let me pull the karmic threads. Let's see who dares to have evil thoughts about me. I'll kill you. Although the big black dog was very old and lacked spirit, it still had a very fierce look, baring its broken teeth. Then it put into action something strange. That person's cultivation is not strong, but he has an incredible treasure on him that conceals the heavenly secrets. I can't move him through the karmic threads. The big dog looked surprised. However, at this moment, Chu Feng was given a huge fright. The dog thought that it couldn't find him immediately, but the blurry figure of the big black dog had appeared in front of him, baring its broken teeth. Its ferocious aura was overflowing, and its evil aura was matchless. Chu Feng cursed. Just now, he had only muttered it in his heart, and it had really attracted this dog. What was going on? He couldn't help but mutter it, and it had come true. In reality, he didn't know that it was all Li Su's fault. When Li Blackhand was fighting the martial emperor and the others in the depths of the starry sky, he had disturbed this dog, causing it to pay attention to this world from time to time. Thus, it was relatively sensitive now. Fortunately, Chu Feng had the stone jar on him, so this dog couldn't find him now. If it wasn't for the fact that this dog had interacted with Chu Feng in the three-way battlefield back then and had left behind a backup plan, it wouldn't have appeared here. Chu Feng didn't know and thought that it sensed it long ago. Thus, he was speechless and helpless. He said, "Could it be that you really wanted to send and eat this bone?" Forget it. I'll give it all to you. Feed it to the dog. He directly used domain methods to transport this skeleton and was prepared to throw it into the big black dog's open, bloody mouth. Yeah, why do I feel a bit uneasy? Is something big going to happen? Some people in the Martial Emperor's retreat hall were suspicious. A great heavenly venerable stood up and looked around, but in the end, he didn't see anything. However, he still felt that something was wrong. Relying on the intuition of a peerless great heavenly venerable, he finally cast his gaze toward an island in the sea of lava. Hiss! He drew in a breath of cold air. Could it be that something was going to happen there? Could it be? Then, he felt a wave of excitement. That place was incomparably sacred. For many disciples, it was a pure land, a holy land that was too high to reach. That was because there was the Tao bone of the Martial Emperor's master. According to legend, the Martial Emperor's master hadn't died and might return one day and revive once again. According to a certain theory, the essence of the Martial Emperor's master had left the Yang realm, but he definitely hadn't died back then. With his Tao bone as the coordinates of the Yang realm, he would return one day. Could it be that the ancestor is going to return? He was astonished. At this time, Chu Feng was also astonished because he could vaguely hear that dog cursing. It said that it had been constantly disturbed recently, and if it found out, it would definitely kill it. Just now, it actually didn't discover me. However, he had already taken action and thrown the skeleton into the dog's mouth. Now it was too late to stop. He felt as if he had made a mistake. What was feeding the dog? It seemed that he had messed up the Martial Emperor's pot and also provoked the big dog. He had committed a great disaster. Come back. He wanted to pull the skeleton back, but it was already impossible. Chapter 1466. Within the Martial Emperor Tao field, a Grand Emperor's hands and feet were trembling. His lips were trembling as he muttered, "The ancestor is returning." He was simply too excited, and it could even be said that he was incomparably excited. In his opinion, there was no event more impactful than this, and he almost wanted to shout out loud. If this ancestor were to return, how strong would their lineage become? As a Grand Emperor, he was naturally an extraordinary person. He was known as an unrivaled existence within the Empyrean realm and was truly one of the leading existences within the same realm. Only a few terrifying orthodoxies in the world of the living could nurture such a terrifying evolver that was undefeatable at the same level. Ancestor, have you achieved another leap in your life and stepped onto the path of return? Are you going to become one with your Tao bone? Who in this world can be your opponent? The Grand Emperor trembled as he spoke. His divine sense was far sharper than that of others. Currently, he was the only one who sensed that unusual fluctuation. He also had fellow apprentices, and there were a few of them by his side. Under the situation where all the powerful existences were out, these people were guarding the important places with him. Everyone present heard his words and guessed what had happened. What? The ancestor has returned? What are you talking about? Which ancestor? Could it be the Martial Emperor's teacher? In an instant, this place erupted. However, they didn't dare to make a ruckus. They all widened their eyes and let out suppressed roars. They did their best to restrain their emotions. This was simply too shocking. That person had been silent for almost an era, yet he was still able to revive and return from the outer realm. This was simply unimaginable. Just how powerful was he? One had to know that back then, he took that step in order to ascend to the extreme. It was said that there was a slim chance of survival, and the peerless experts believed that his name had been erased from this world. That was because after he took that step, he would be considered to have entered eternal silence. It was no different from death. Since ancient times, no one had ever seen anyone who could revive or come back to life. This was a dead end. Only those who couldn't see hope and had no other choice would take that step. Some people were so excited that they wanted to laugh at the sky, but they did their best to hold it in, afraid that they would disturb the ancestors' return. The creatures in this Tao right were all alarmed. They all knew what was going on. The teacher of a martial emperor of legendary existence was going to return from that mysterious place. Most of the people here were evolvers of the middle to high levels, and they were all life forms at or above the divine level. Therefore, their actions were very fast, and they started to set up tables, burn incense, and pray solemnly. There were even people who poured water on the pure land and built 7-colored altars. The so-called splashing of water was divine liquid. The instant it landed on the ground, golden multicolored light surged, lotus flowers appearing in the void, auspicious and holy. They quickly made preparations, arranging jade tables, bronze furnaces, jade cauldrons, and other things lining up all around that island. Smoke rose in spirals, resonating with the Tao. A group of people knelt down and waited for the patriarch to come out of seclusion. This sort of ceremony was very solemn and sacred. All the living beings within the martial Emperor Tao grounds that possessed a certain level of status had come, knelt on the ground, and prayed in a low voice. The moment to witness a miracle is here. The patriarch has returned, looking down on the heavens above and earth below, unrivaled throughout the ages. Who can contend against him? The group of people were excited, and they roared in a low voice. The moment to witness an unmatched legend was about to arrive. From great heavenly deities to divine-level creatures, there wasn't a single one who wasn't excited. Their bloodline was destined to rise up and achieve unmatched greatness. They were going to become the supreme overlords of this world, ruling over the world. The fluctuations are becoming more intense. The patriarch has already set up the coordinates. I can even feel that the patriarch's Tao bones are trembling slightly, merging with the great Tao to guide his true body back. Great heavenly deity spoke with a face full of reverence. He kowtowed several times, paying his respects to the patriarch. Only his divine senses were the most powerful and especially sharp, able to sense a few special fluctuations. Meanwhile, the others still couldn't. After all, that island was extremely special, hidden in a sea of magma. In addition, there was a stone palace suppressing it, not leaking out its aura. Even Chu Feng didn't make any special discoveries before he landed on the island. Only when he got closer did he notice the altar and skeletal remains. Sacred ancestor, 10,000 years without limit. One life for a great era. Someone shouted, "Don't make a ruckus. Wait respectfully." Someone berated. The group of people felt reverence and worship, waiting for the unmatched prehistoric patriarch to descend. They wanted to personally witness the moment of a miracle. On the island, in the stone palace, Chu Feng had a strange expression on his face. He heard the noises outside, and his eyes turned green. He really didn't expect the skeleton's origin to be so great. The martial madman's master? It really was true. Before this, he only had a rough guess, but he didn't have any evidence, so he couldn't be sure. Now, everything was confirmed. He had fed the martial madman's master to a dog. Meanwhile, the group of people outside were still cheering in excitement. They were still looking forward to the sacred moment of the patriarch's return. If they knew what was happening now, if they saw a dog gnawing on the Tao bones and cursing, what kind of expression would they have? Would they explode on the spot? In the stone palace, above the altar, the blurry shadow of a black beast was really huge. It slowly approached, and a white skeleton fell from its bloody mouth. The giant beast didn't descend in one step, but rather it explored and gradually took shape. In fact, during this process, Chu Feng was still trying to salvage the situation. He wanted to get the skeleton back. After all, it was now confirmed that this was the martial madman's master. If this were to be exposed, not only the group of people outside would explode, even the martial madman would probably explode from anger. However, Chu Feng failed. Ever since he threw it out, the bloody mouth was like a black hole, dragging the Tao bones down slowly. It was impossible to snatch it back. One had to know that he had just thrown it out. Chu Feng was so angry that he wanted to curse. Throwing meat buns at a dog, things that entered the dog's mouth were really gone for good. He really wanted to keep the peace and not cause too much of a commotion. He didn't want to fight to the death with a martial madman just yet. Besides, he came here to empty the nest of the ultimate nest of a nest and seize all kinds of fortunes. But in the end, what the hell was this? I've tried my best, he said with a righteous expression, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. In the outer realm, in an unknown layer of heaven, the giant black beast opened its bloody mouth and bared its incomplete canine teeth. It said fiercely, "You still dare to fight with me? Do you still think you can escape after falling into this emperor's mouth? I've never heard of anything that can escape after being bitten by this emperor." It naturally felt a resistance. The prey wanted to break free, but with its prestige, who in the world didn't know about it? Its ferocious name shook the world. To the experts, it was like thunder piercing through the ears. Its name had shaken the past and present. Now that you've fallen into my mouth, you could just stay there obediently. It shouted arrogantly in a certain layer of heaven. It thought that it had bitten the offender. The reason why it was so strenuous was that it was too far away from the world of the living. In addition, it was old and its blood energy was almost dried up. It had been injured badly in the battle in the past, and there was a certain period of time when it was almost at the end of its life. Of course, the most important point was that it was being chanted by people and had split into many illusory bodies to explore in all directions. It drew out a strand of karma from Chu Feng's side, but it was just a void image. Its power was too scattered, and its form was indistinct. However, now, it closed its mouth and bit down on its prey. This was still because it was too far away and the void image was too indistinct. Even now, it still didn't know what its prey was. Otherwise, it would have long vomited. It was because it never ate human flesh. This was its rule, as well as its bottom line. Ever since it was young, the unmatched experts it had followed were all humans. Chu Feng felt his teeth ache from watching. That large mouth was biting down on the Dao bone, producing great Dao sparks and crunching sounds. Even he felt a toothache when he saw it. How can this be endured? He could imagine those scenes. Regardless of whether it was the martial emperor or this large dog, after learning the truth, they would both feel as if their internal organs were on fire and they would fly into a rage, right? Perhaps even this was being said lightly. He didn't care about these things anymore. He was always prepared. As long as there was great chaos, he would take action and sweep through the martial emperor Daorite. What scripture storage pavilion? What medicinal field? As long as he could move it, he would move it away. In any case, this group of people were gathered outside the island, and those places just happened to be empty. This was a heaven-sent opportunity that wouldn't alarm anyone. The patriarch has returned, unmatched since ancient times. He has successfully taken that step, opening up an unprecedented situation, breaking through the ultimate path, and developing an even more powerful supreme Tao. When one reached Chu Feng's level of strength, his 5 senses were naturally ridiculously strong. How could that group of people hide from his spiritual perception when they were so stirred up and excited? At this time, even he felt a bit embarrassed. The group of people outside was boiling with excitement. They were too high profile, even starting to shout slogans. It was because everyone could feel that there was indeed a supreme expert descending, returning, currently becoming one with the patriarch's Tao bone. Now, their cheers wouldn't affect the patriarch. Chu Feng was speechless. How was he going to wrap things up now? He was worried for those people. At the same time, his expression was a bit unnatural, a rare blush appearing on his face. I really didn't do it on purpose. Who knew that when I was thinking about that dog, it would come true? Without a sound, he left the hall and began to dig. The medicine field behind the stone hall was very strange. It was very quiet, and all the herbs had withered. However, this place was obviously very ordinary. Almost instantly, Chu Feng shivered. It was too inauspicious, too terrifying. This soil had a big problem. He directly threw everything away. His fiery eyes shot out explosively as he stared at the medicine field. The radiation was still very terrifying, but this wasn't the main point. The danger came from some fine particles in the soil that had condensed with the soil. Pollen. Even though the plants had rotted and withered, the pollen they left behind was still there. It hadn't been destroyed, and it hadn't rotted away. It was too inauspicious, and it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if a disaster was imminent. The pollen in the soil wasn't something good. The entire medicine field has been contaminated, Chu Feng said coldly. Or could it be that this was actually a great universe-level pollen that represented inauspiciousness? At this stage, Chu Feng didn't want to come into contact with such things. I don't care what you are. Grandpa Chu never leaves empty-handed. Since I've come, I naturally have to reap some harvest. He used the top methods of his domain and plucked the fruit hidden under the rotting plants without touching any of the pollen. A great universe-level fruit? Chu Feng didn't know. Or perhaps it was some kind of indestructible fruit that could temper the body and spirit. He wasn't sure and couldn't be sure. This fruit was as round and smooth as an immortal pill. It was a deep blue color, sparkling and translucent, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. The strong fragrance almost made one's soul leave their body. It was very special. Bang! Chu Feng directly sealed it in a jade box. Of course, there was a lot of reincarnation soil in the box. This was the main material used to seal this fruit. It's about time. In a while, there will be chaos. I'll go harvest everywhere. Whatever scriptures and great medicines, don't let me see them. Otherwise, they'll all be surnamed Chu. Boom! At this time, the black dog's body had more or less condensed. It held the Tao bone in its mouth and broke through the stone hall as it slowly floated into the air. Outside the island, there was a dense mass of evolved beings kneeling on the ground in worship. They were all dumbfounded. Even someone as powerful as the great heavenly venerables couldn't believe their eyes. What were they seeing? A large black dog with a square head, large ears, large eyes, and monstrous killing intent was biting their ancestors' Tao bone as it slowly flew into the sky. Stop! Shut up! Let go of the ancestor! Let go! Outside the island, the group of people on the lava shore was about to explode. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. After a short period of silence, they began to shout and roar continuously. The great heavenly venerables trembled once again. The others were also trembling, and their lips were trembling. However, this time, it wasn't out of excitement, but out of anger. How could they accept this? Unbelievable. What happened to the ancestor's return? What happened to his invincible appearance? How could he become a dog's dog food? Who is it? Where did this peerless demon come from? It actually dared to eat the ancestor. While the group of people were furious, they were also terrified. This was definitely an extraordinary creature. Otherwise, how could it dare to be so impudent? Since ancient times, how many people dared to cause trouble at the martial emperor's Tao, right? Chu Feng was also grinning. This matter had indeed gotten out of hand. However, he wouldn't care. He turned around and left, disappearing without a trace during the chaos. He went to the scripture pavilion, to the medicine fields, to loot, no, to purchase. I will be open and above board, he said to himself in a righteous manner. He ran away, and this ancestor island was in chaos. Dog demon, let go of the ancestor. Ancestor, you are so pitiful. Where are you? Hurry up and return, revive. Someone is eating your Tao bone. Martial Emperor above, Supreme One, hurry up and return. Someone is causing trouble in the Tao right. There's a dog, it's gone mad. This place was in chaos. Even though everyone was terrified of this dog and felt that it was unfathomable, there were still some who didn't fear death. They roared loudly and called out to the ancestor. There were even some who wanted to rush over and stop everything. They wanted to save the ancestor's only physical Tao bone left in this world. In a boundlessly distant outer realm, the large black dog bared its broken teeth. Its gaze was extremely unkind. It sensed something again. There were many people brazenly showing malicious intent towards it. They were very unkind, and they were near that illusory body of his. It focused its projection and split out more of its attention. Instantly, it heard many voices. What dog demon? Feeding the dog? Dog food? The dog has already gone mad after hearing these words. Its large black face instantly darkened. Who the F asterisk CK is crazy? It's you guys who have gone mad, right? How dare you blaspheme me like this? I'll bite you guys to death. It roared loudly. Then, because it was paying extra attention, and its illusory body became more and more solid, it finally sensed clearly and thoroughly. What was that thing in its mouth? Woof. With a loud roar, it was so angry that white smoke came out of its mouth and nose. What the hell was that in its mouth? A humanoid skeleton with wings? It was too disgusting. Ugh. The large black dog vomited. If this was a living person, then so be it. After all, it had bitten them many times in the past. Even before the Celestial Emperor had matured, he would often chase after and bite him. Even now, when he mentioned it, its domineering aura soared into the heavens. But what was this thing in front of its eyes? It was a dead person's bone. It felt that its taste wasn't that heavy. Ancestral Master has fallen. Ancestral Master has fallen. A group of people cried out in alarm and were about to rush over to catch it. After the large black dog vomited a few times, its large eyes widened. The more it thought about it, the more uncomfortable it felt. It bared its teeth and said, "Things that have fallen into my hands haven't been released yet. So what if it's a dead person's bone? I'll take it away all the same." Because it could feel that this was a Taoist bone and its quality was still passable. It was extremely weak now, so perhaps it could take it away and use it as firewood, using the energy symbols of the great Tao to nourish the old emperor's body. Things are different now. I'll just make do with it. Crunch. It took it away again with a single bite. Ancestral Master. I know where it came from. It's that legendary Dog Emperor. Finally, someone thought of something, and his face turned deathly pale. He vaguely understood the origins of this dog. After all, it was a member of the martial emperor's lineage, and its orthodoxy was extraordinary, far superior to other inheritances in the Yang realm. The people here understood many secrets and knew many ancient great events that had disappeared. We must report this to the martial emperor. Someone roared in a low voice. His eyes were already wide open, and he quickly burned incense and prayed, wanting to summon the martial madman back. It settled. Chu Feng mumbled in the distance, but he was more or less guilty. This time it was all this dog's fault. When the time came, the commotion caused would probably not be too small. At the same time, in the world behind the door at the end of the Soul River, there were also people pondering, wanting to find someone to take the blame. Since they were going to cause a big commotion, it was naturally better to find someone to share the damage with. Achoo! Achoo! In the outer realm, there were creatures sneezing madly. Chapter 1467. The Patriarch has been taken away by a dog. A mournful scream pierced through the tranquility of the martial emperor training ground. It passed through the scarlet mountain black water and reverberated across the entire sky, disturbing the vast land of the north. Chu Feng didn't need to look to imagine how explosive the scene behind him would be. It was mainly because the martial emperor's disciples were too high profile not long ago. At that time, the martial madman's disciples were all in high spirits and full of mettle. They were just short of beating gongs and drums, singing and laughing and celebrating with the whole world. In the end, a big black dog with almost all of its fur came out respectfully, cursing and enjoying the Patriarch's Tao bone. It was a gluttonous feast. The scene before and after was just too beautiful. This group of people was about to vomit blood. Previously, they had poured water on the street, set up incense, and knelt on the ground to worship, but this was the result. The group of disciples seemed to be suffering from red-eye disease. Their eyes were filled with blood-red light, and they all wanted to kill someone. The current scene was simply unforgivable and unacceptable. Damn it! This is blasphemy against the sacred ancestor. Stop it and leave the Patriarch's bone. The Patriarch was fed to a dog. Dog food. The martial madman's people were in a complete mess. They wanted nothing more than to bang their heads against the wall and die. This was a test of one's mental endurance. It was absolutely hellish and unbearable. Even powerful people like them felt like they were about to have a heart attack. Today, the patriarch was dragged away by a dog and reduced to, was this going to become a joke for all eternity? This scene caused many people to cover their chests. Everyone was anxious. If this was spread out, how would the world view them? The patriarch was reduced to dog food? What kind of joke was this? The group of people went crazy. At this moment, Chu Feng was in a great mood. He felt extremely comfortable, as if he was about to ascend to heaven and become an immortal. He felt like he was floating. In just a moment, he had already visited a treasure vault. Apart from various weapons and mysterious treasures, he also found a piece of mother gold. It was pitch black like a huge abyss, absorbing all the light in the surroundings. This was the dark mother gold, very rare. He could fuse it into the diamond chakram later to make it stronger. Very quickly, Chu Feng stared at a door that was partially smelted with lapis lazuli. It was connected to an underground palace. He spent some effort to open it and entered in a flash. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a scripture depository. The bookshelves were arranged in rows, and the scriptures were piled up one after another. Some were arranged neatly, while others were scattered on the ground. It was quite messy. Randomly picking up a book, the cover wrote, Heavenly Halberd Arts. This was a halberd technique that didn't require any weapons. It mainly focused on cultivating energy symbols, and after a bit of success, an energy heavenly halberd would appear in one's hand. It was an extremely vicious secret technique. It was not the orthodox lineage of the martial madman, so it was no wonder that it was casually placed here. Chu Feng guessed that this underground palace was where the spoils of war were kept. The various ancient books might have been obtained after the extermination of the clan. This is the 5 Elemental Divine Light. Although it can't be considered a peerless secret manual, it's not bad and has important reference value. He randomly pulled out a book from a bookshelf. It was this kind of secret manual. After rummaging around, Chu Feng had a rough idea of the value of the books here. He wasn't picky at all. He packed everything up and took them away. To Chu Feng, these were all nutrients for his evolution. They were all beneficial supplements. He needed such systematic scriptures to study after coming to the world of the living. He didn't lack ultimate techniques. The robbery induction breathing technique was his foundation. However, everything had a spirit, and every technique had a path. All of these could be used as a reference, using the techniques of others as the fire to temper one's own path. One could finally step onto one's own unique path. Chu Feng had already realized this a long time ago. He began to consciously collect all kinds of ancient books. After reaching a certain level, he needed such accumulation. Even if he didn't major in it, or even didn't learn it, it would be good to flip through these scriptures on a daily basis. Chu Feng's next target was a building on the ground. It was made of secret gold, and its entire body was flickering with order runes. It was obvious that this was an extraordinary place of importance. If someone hadn't left in a hurry to welcome the return of the patriarch and didn't completely close this place, Chu Feng would have to spend a lot of effort to open it. He paused for a moment and successfully barged in. This place isn't simple. Chu Feng revealed a solemn expression. The undying breathing technique was here. It was a profound and famous inheritance from the phoenix race in the world of the living. There is a simple and unadorned phoenix bone with many small words carved on it. It was also stained with dark and solidified phoenix blood. This was enough to reveal some clues. In order to obtain this breathing technique in the past, there must have been all kinds of bloody scenes. When Chu Feng fought against the martial madman's faction's descendant, Li Chintian, on the three-way battlefield, the latter had used the phoenix race's secret technique. At that time, someone said that the martial emperor had personally killed over 80% of the phoenix race's experts and seized their inheritance. Now, it was undoubtedly further confirmed. This was a good item. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the phoenix race's breathing technique a peerless secret scripture. He quickly studied it and couldn't help but be moved. This breathing technique could at least allow one to evolve to the almighty level. Its value was astonishing. All in all, this could be considered an incomplete technique. The Phoenix race probably had a backup plan back then and didn't allow the martial madman to obtain the scripture. While Chu Feng was reading it, the bone was flowing with fiery light and densely packed words appeared on it. The profound meanings were peerlessly profound and enlightened him greatly. For a moment, he followed the breathing technique and circulated it. His mouth and nose were full of flowing scarlet light, and his whole body was covered in a fiery red color. The energy was astonishing, and his spirit was also breathing along with it. Good stuff. It can strengthen my blood energy and nourish my bones. This is a cleansing of the marrow. Apart from this, there were also some secret techniques recorded behind the undying breathing technique. For example, the Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens and the undying flames. There was even a spiritual nirvana technique. Nirvana. Chu Feng was astonished. This was a very valuable technique. It could transform a person's life and even bring them back to life. Legend had it that plants could wither and then flourish, and phoenixes could be reborn after aging. This was an unparalleled secret. It only involves the spirit and doesn't have a physical nirvana technique. It seems it's not complete, but the reference value is too great. Chu Feng was very satisfied. There wasn't much to say. He had moved away all the ancient books. Just this part of the Phoenix race's inheritance was worth it, not to mention other things. He could read these scriptures often in the future and recite them day after day. It would be an unimaginably important accumulation. The martial madman is really ruthless. In order to obtain the secret scripture, he used bloody methods and almost exterminated the Phoenix race. Only a small portion of the race managed to escape overseas. Soon, he entered the next place, which was a sealed space secret realm. There were all kinds of stone tablets here, and many wondrous techniques were recorded. This was a place for the disciples to go into seclusion and comprehend techniques. The stone tablets were all about comprehension, and many secret techniques and battle techniques of the martial madman's lineage were inscribed on them. It's indeed remarkable. Chu Feng exclaimed in admiration. These records were extremely astonishing. Among them, the most valuable was the grinding plate fist. It was a secret scripture that only the martial madman's direct descendants could cultivate. Unfortunately, there was no 7 deaths method, time technique, or of the martial madman's breathing technique. Presumably, those supreme inheritances weren't written in words and were bestowed in the form of imprints. This was to prevent others from stealing them and letting them flow to the outside world. Even so, this was a sumptuous feast for Chu Feng. A systematic and specific technique was better than anything else. It broadened his horizons and greatly moved him. If it wasn't for the martial madman's dojo, he would have immediately gone into seclusion. The epiphany was astonishing. His figure flickered and left the space secret realm, taking away a large number of techniques. Unfortunately, he wandered around the vast area and found that there was something wrong with all the herb fields. Not only did they emit strong radiation, but they were also emitting ominous auras. The martial madman has really gone mad. What kind of experiment is he doing? He's contaminated all the rare herb fields. Is he trying to fuse with them on his own? Chu Feng was shocked. At the same time, he felt very helpless and regretful. These herb fields were equivalent to wastelands to him. Obviously, the martial monarch's personal disciples and the others had their own cave abodes and were growing the herbs they needed in their own herb fields. No one dared to use the herb fields here. Not long after, Chu Feng found another underground palace. This time, his heartbeat quickened and he was secretly amazed. The martial madman was too ruthless. How many experts had he killed in the past to obtain such a harvest? This place wasn't simple. It could even be said to be heaven-defying. What did he see? There weren't many secret manuals on the bookshelf, but they were all heavyweight ones. For example, the thunderous breathing technique. This thing was too famous. It was an absolute art of the Buddhist race that wasn't taught to outsiders. Chu Feng had come into contact with it a long time ago. Although the space he obtained was limited, he still benefited a lot from it. The martial madman actually managed to collect it. Without a doubt, he must have secretly attacked the Buddhist race's legendary figures. This was crazy. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the Yang realm. The Buddhist race was one of the top 3 races in the Yang realm. Even the martial madman didn't dare to openly challenge them. Only God knew if they had any ancient Buddhas who had survived from the previous era. The Hing race, Tao race, and Buddhist race, no one was willing to openly challenge them. The waters of these races were too deep. Peerless rulers had appeared from time to time over the years, dominating the scene for millions of years. However, they were only passers-by in the end. How many of them could survive? Only the Hung race and the Buddhist race remained. Li was extremely daring in the past. He dared to attack the old patriarch of one of the top-ranked clans in the Yang realm and pry into his techniques. I didn't expect that old brat Wu to be so crazy too, Chu Feng exclaimed. He didn't realize what he was doing. He was also crazy, close to the grand cosmos realm. This was the note Chu Feng saw at the back of the thunderous breathing technique. Cultivating this technique would allow one to reach the edge of the grand cosmos realm. It was indeed a peerless heritage. Obviously, it wasn't complete enough. There were some flaws. This was a technique related to the rise and fall of a race. It wasn't easy to obtain it. There were protective measures. However, it was enough. How many ordinary evolvers could reach the end of this technique? It was enough for them to cultivate for a few lifetimes. After the thunderous breathing technique, there was still the Vairocana fist and the worlds in the palm. It was quite complete. This was an eye-opener for Chu Feng. He liked it very much. He was on the verge of exclaiming. The martial madman was such a good person to collect such peerless arts. Young lady, she had taught him the Vairocana fist a long time ago. It was incomplete, but now it was complete. Original demon breathing technique? Not bad. It was once one of the top 10 ultimate breathing techniques. Even though the demon race's influence isn't as great as before, it was still glorious in the past. There must be something unique about it. It's another peerless art. Of course, it was also incomplete, but it was close to the edge of the grand cosmos realm. Following this, he discovered that the breathing technique of the Dream Ancient Path was also incomplete. Back then, the martial madman shattered the Dream Ancient Path and killed the indescribable patriarch. He massacred all the disciples of the sect and shook the Yang realm. These old matters. Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. He had personally gone to this place and had some gains. He swept through the place and obtained many secret arts. The 6 Tao sword scripture, the true art of primordial chaos, the heaven's emergence movement technique, and so on. Finally, he was satisfied and prepared to run. Today's harvest was too great. Even though the several ultimate arts were incomplete, it would be enough if he could comprehend them thoroughly. Now, I could be considered to have a myriad of arts. My foundation is comparable to some ancient orthodoxies. I've solved a big problem for myself. This was very important. No one could create a Tao out of thin air and write their own scriptures. All experts had to stand on the shoulders of their predecessors and comprehend their arts and Tao. Only then could they go further. Chu Feng ran away with incredible speed. The main thing was that he was about to comprehend something. His mind was filled with all kinds of arts, and runes appeared involuntarily on the surface of his body. He desperately wanted to find a place to continue comprehending. The martial madman's place of seclusion. Farewell. I won't be visiting it today. He felt a little regretful. This was the result of his efforts to restrain himself. He always felt that the place was too stifling. Even though the martial madman wasn't home, that place was still a place where one could only enter but not leave. Swoosh! He disappeared. As for the group behind him, they were still shouting to the heavens and the earth. They had all gone crazy. Chu Feng was intoxicated and began to comprehend on the way. All kinds of Tao sounds rumbled in his heart, and scripture runes flowed in his blood. This was very shocking. Very soon, secret code runes were engraved on his bones, organs, skin, and even hair. Scripture runes were circulating around his body. For a moment, His whole body glowed, and Tao sounds rang out incessantly. In the end, the scripture runes penetrated deep into his bones and spread to his soul light, forming the most gorgeous and complicated patterns. A layer of scripture light screen formed around Chu Feng's body. It was like a large cocoon wrapping around him. This was true enlightenment on a deep level. Robbery induction, great thunder, ancient dream path, phoenix, original demon, and many other ultimate breathing techniques were circulating as if they were incubating a world and nurturing a certain supreme path. Inside the light screen, there was constant rumbling. Scripture runes flew everywhere, and the chain of order was like firewood. The Tao flames lit up the darkness and burned Chu Feng. At the end of the Soul River, in the world behind the door, the man in the black light was still domineering. After hearing White Crow's words, he didn't budge an inch and insisted on 100 ancestral talisman papers. "If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you, you damned white duck." He threatened to take it himself and go to the end to take a look. As for the so-called final stage of the Soul River, he was doubtful about what exactly existed there and whether there were any living beings there. He wanted to investigate it himself. "I'm guessing that all the things in that place are dead, right?" he said fearlessly. "How dare you?" White Crow was furious. The man in the black light was too arrogant. He had a domineering attitude. Did he really think this was a good place? He didn't even think about how many cultivators had died here in the past. Countless people from different eras wanted to conquer this place, but in the end, they all bled and couldn't get what they wanted. "Who are you calling impudent?" With a boom, the man in the black light strode forward and directly swung the bell in his hand towards White Crow. The bell wave shook and disturbed the peace of this place. "You!" White Crow's pupils constricted, and he quickly spread his wings. White light was like the sea, forming a light screen and blocking the bell waves. It seemed that he didn't want the ripples of the great Tao to affect the world behind him. "Don't force me," White Crow said coldly. However, he quickly relaxed and said, "Some things, breaking the balance now may not be what you want. On the contrary, it will be a disaster." He even began to transmit his voice to the man in the black light. There were some things that could be discussed. The man snorted and secretly shook the bell. However, this time, it was not aimed at the end of the Soul River and White Crow, but at the path he came from. A beam of bell waves pierced through the sky and was restricted in one direction. Clang! In the end, the bell waves rang out outside the realm. It was unknown which level of heaven it came from. In a split second, a certain black beast that had been cursing and swearing because he had bitten a human bone had a look of disgust and disgust on its face. Its fur stood on end. The great emperor's bell. It was bewildered. Who was ringing the bell? Then its dog face changed especially quickly and became darker than the bottom of a black pot. It said angrily, "These days the little bastards have all gone crazy. You all dare to provoke me again and again. Have you all forgotten how cruel I was in the past? Just wait, I'll kill all of you." At the same time, at the end of the Soul River, the man in the black light once again threw out the rectangular copper block in his hand and made it project. A beam of bronze light left the Soul River and shone into the primal chaos outside the Yang realm. Who is disturbing me? These little bastards of the later generation must have all gone crazy. How dare they try to bait me? In the primal chaos, someone was also angry. At the same time, in the Yin Prefecture, the fused body of number 9 stabbed the master of the Soul Light Cave until there were large holes all over his body. He was covered in bloodstains, and the great path that surrounded his body was broken. The order was also completely obliterated. "You can't kill me. This is a personal grudge. Everyone wants to break me one by one. How can I be a creature of the Soul River?" The master of the Soul Light Cave argued. "Then let's go to the Soul Light Cave and take a look," said Jiu 6-3. At this time, the martial emperor frowned. He could vaguely hear the prayers of his disciples. What had happened? It was somewhat evil. What kind of dog food was fed to the dogs? What kind of nonsense was this? Chapter 1468. Everyone, you must believe me. The beings of the first mountain are venting their anger and taking revenge for their personal grudges. They're prepared to attack us for Lee's sake. Make preparations early. The master of the Soul Light Cave coughed up a blood clot. His heart was penetrated from front to back, and the important parts of his body were penetrated. Even the space between his eyebrows had a shocking bloody hole. If his soul light wasn't strong enough, he would have been severely injured by this blow from the space between his eyebrows. At the very least, his strength would have been damaged. That was a soul-killing blow. Bang! Number 9's fused body directly struck him again, sending him flying. Moreover, all of his true blood exploded with a boom, and even his body was torn into pieces. Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Geo63 grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. As he spoke, he picked up a weapon from the broken blood and bones. It was shaped like a sword, but it had edges and corners. It was a soul-striking whip, an ultimate weapon. Normally, the master of the Soul Light Cave relied on his own supreme soul to control this whip and attack his opponent's soul light. It was a great killing weapon that was impossible to defend against. But now Geo63 held the soul-striking whip in his mouth. Crack! Crack! He chewed it. Without even blinking, he forcefully bit it off and swallowed it. Around him, the pupils of several people contracted. The teeth of this dead man's skin were too good. They were even harder than the ultimate weapons of the primary stage that had been refined for thousands of years. He ate it just like that. You get what you eat. Number 9's fusion body grinned. Crunch, 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 crunch. He ate with relish and finally swallowed everything down. Beside him, the corner of the martial madman's mouth twitched. This was because he had once lost his weapon. His train of thought was broken. The call in the unseen world was originally very faint, and now it was directly cut off. The body of the Soul Light Cave's master reappeared. To a creature of his level, it wasn't so easy to die. 9 rebirths and 1 thought could all be achieved. Everyone, do you really wish for the first mountain to be defeated one by one? The master of the Soul Light Cave had a gloomy expression. The great path and divine chains of order outside his body couldn't be completely reconnected. Some things were broken, and they needed time to reconstruct. At present, his strength had weakened quite a bit. Geo63 raised his brows and said, "So that's how it is. You still have accomplices in the dark, as well as creatures from the Soul River? You hoped he could save you." When the others heard this, their eyes became deep. They didn't want to be dragged into this mess. Moreover, there were indeed people who had shown killing intent toward the master of the Soul Light Cave. They were very dissatisfied and had long suspected that there was something wrong with him. Let's go. Let's go to the Soul Light Cave and take a look. Everything will come to light when we get there, said an ultimate creature from a certain source of darkness in the underground world. Go! Tai, in particular, nodded in agreement. This old fellow had lived for far too long. His strength was unfathomable, and his words carried a lot of weight. Then let's go take a look together. The others nodded in agreement. Everyone, I feel that something is strange. I wish to return to the Tao, right, to take a look. The martial emperor frowned. What he felt just now was too special. He felt a bit flustered, and it was extremely strange. Since ancient times, he had seen all kinds of grand scenes. How could this be? Tai frowned. Even though no one called out to him, he still felt that something wasn't right. Previously, he had a sudden impulse. Something seemed to have happened behind him. The master of the Black Blood Research Institute couldn't help but frown. He also felt that something was wrong. His heart was stuffy. Who was making trouble for him? How about this? Let's go to the Soul Light Cave first. It won't take too long, said Geo63. The few of them felt that today's events were strange. Perhaps it was better to stay together than separate. If something really happened later, they could join hands and start a massacre. Therefore, they quickly came to an agreement. They would go to the Soul Light Cave first. At this time, Number 9 looked at the door of the Great Een realm. Through the gap, he saw the coffin that blocked the door. His expression was complicated. There were too many things in the depths of his eyes. "We'll investigate when we get back," he said softly. In fact, he had an idea in his heart. He knew very well whose handiwork this was. It was of the same origin. In the outer realm, on an unknown layer of heaven, the big black dog had a gloomy face. It bared its incomplete canine teeth and snorted. It really wanted to bite someone. It was extremely displeased. Someone had played with its heartstrings again and again. It was definitely intentional. The ways of the world have changed. The little bastards are getting more and more outrageous. They're forcing this emperor to come out of seclusion. Do they all want to be killed? Even though it was resentful, it really couldn't bear it anymore. It heard the sound of a bell. This was a fragment of the celestial emperor's great bell. It had to go and take a look. This emperor is really old. Why hasn't that damned owl bone been pulled back yet? If it were in the past, it would have been brought back long ago. Why would it be so slow? It was like an old ox pulling a cart. In fact, if people knew that it was in the outer realm, separated by a few layers of heaven, and that it had such means, they would definitely be amazed. This was already quite impressive. How many people in the present world could cross realms and create chaos? The black dog was doing exactly that. This emperor's momentum seems a little weak. Everywhere I pass, it should be like the northern wind sweeping the land, 100 grass snapping, and 1,000 waves washing the starry sky. I should swallow the sea of stars. It gritted its teeth and finally brought back the dowbone. Moreover, it sensed that there was something unusual on another island. A big mouth appeared again. With a boom, it bit toward the dark land where the martial madman had secluded himself all year round. Bang! The dark land shattered. Indistinctly, a dog's barking could be heard. Mother of Asterisker, what kind of damn place is this? The stench is overwhelming. This emperor has lost so much this time. Bah! In the martial madman's dojo, a group of people were no longer crazy. They all shut up. The whole world was silent. They were incredibly shocked. The place where a martial emperor secluded himself. What was that? The underground palace was grand, but it had been broken open. Iron chains rattled, and a rotten creature was chained inside. The stench was overwhelming, and it was indescribable. The dog was vomiting because it had bitten the underground palace, and it had bitten off a lot of the rotten flesh of the humanoid creature. What is going on? There's a martial emperor's aura. That's an ultimate creature. How could it be chained in the underground palace? What's the situation now? Even the great heavenly venerables were trembling in fear. They had accidentally discovered a secret today. Would they be silenced? This emperor is really unlucky. The current world is my nemesis. A bunch of brats are rotten to the point of oozing pus. Blarg. The black dog was really vomiting. It quickly and decisively retracted its big mouth and ran away. In the underground palace, the rotten creature's hair was disheveled. It slowly raised its head, and its eyes were blank. Finally, the underground palace slowly closed. Its figure disappeared, but the people in the distance all felt a chill. The last scene was too horrifying. That rotten creature really looked like a martial emperor. Apart from this, a few people also saw something even more horrifying. In the depths of the underground palace, there were two figures with disheveled hair. Their bodies were similar, and they were also rotten. They were chained there, motionless. What technique is the ancestor cultivating? What method is he developing? What path is he creating? The great heavenly venerable's lips trembled. Then he turned around and left. He felt a strong sense of unease, so he quickly and decisively left this Tao field. Many people were bewildered, but they didn't leave. In the outside world, the black dog vomited again and again. With a sad expression, it said, "It's really too hard for me." It sighed and said, "Now, this emperor's body is extremely weak. My strength is not even 100% or even 1,000. It's too bad I'm too weak. I can't even travel the world now. It's so sad. Otherwise, I'll skin a dragon for a sumptuous meal and roam the 10,000 realms. I'll walk around and look for the whereabouts of my old friends." It had a sad expression on its face. If it was heard by others, they would be speechless. You want to roast a dragon for no reason? Did dragons know? If they did, they would definitely beat you to death. Then the black dog was really sad. It wasn't self-deprecating and comforting like before. It was truly melancholy, perplexed, and there was a boundless sense of loss. Those people from the past, will I still be able to see them? Generation after generation. How many of them are still alive? The grand occasion of the past, the dazzling era, the heaven's pride contending for hegemony, the peerless competition, all came to an end. After the prosperity, the world withered, never to be seen again. In the vast world, I can't find a single familiar person. The rest of my life is too lonely and miserable. It's like drinking cold water. I can't find those people anymore. It's been too long. I almost can't remember what you all looked like. An old dog was sad, and tears were about to fall. Its fur was dull, and in some places there was no fur at all. It was bald and old beyond recognition. However, in the end, it still collected its emotions. Holding a broken bell, it prepared to force its way into the world of the living. It naturally sensed something and knew where it was, but it still wanted to go and take a look. It wanted to charge into the place where it had fought in the past. Filthy things, even if I'm old, I'll kill all of you today. I don't believe that nothing happened to you after the battle back then. Weren't you afraid of being beaten? Weren't you crippled? Impossible. Even if you didn't die, you'd be more or less dead. The black dog wasn't afraid at all. If it really forced its way over, it had the intention to fight at the end of the Soul River again. It had personally participated in it back then. Great Emperor, you sleep for now. I'll go find the important thing you lost. The black dog threw caution to the wind, and its attitude was one of desperation. It used this opportunity to go to the end of the Soul River again. No matter how one looked at it, it was going to risk its life and fight a great battle again. At this moment, it straightened its crooked back, raised its head, and glared angrily with its bell-like eyes. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and it looked like it could swallow the universe. At the same time, it was accompanied by a boundless murderous aura that almost tore apart the heavens and realms. It caused many realms to be covered in a rain of blood that poured down, shocking all regions. This was the murderous power that it had accumulated in countless battles that concerned the survival of the world. It had defeated countless enemies and slaughtered the world, but it had to bear the great calamity on its own. I've killed countless enemies, and I'm also an emperor with great merits. Does the heavens think that I'm going to die? Are they crying for me? To send me off? The black dog looked up at the sky. Was this a journey of no return, the last one? However, it still moved, and it wanted to go to the Soul River. Clang! The broken bell rang softly, and the Emperor's corpse lying on it also seemed to tremble slightly. Emperor's bell, are you warning me? However, there's no other way. I still have to go to the end of the Soul River. I really can't find that medicine anywhere else. Perhaps it's only there. I want to save the Emperor, but there's no time. I can't hold on any longer. Today I'll step on the Soul River again and enter that battlefield. The black dog was solemn and sentimental, and the boundless fighting spirit in its bones completely erupted. It had been lying dormant and enduring for too long. Great Emperor, I believe that one day you will wake up. I definitely don't believe that you've completely died. Now, I'll go find the medicine primer. I want you to live. It moved, and its gaze became more and more intense. It was so bright that it was frightening, and its gaze burned through the great realm's barrier. Great Emperor, I was saved by you when I was young, and you adopted me by your side. That's how I became who I am today. Although I'm no longer in the most powerful state in the world, I still want to fight for you. At this time, the black dog stood up, and then it lifted the Emperor's corpse, carrying it on its back. It lifted the large bell and suddenly took a large step forward. It wanted to fight with the corpse on its back, carrying the celestial Emperor of the past. No matter what, it would never abandon him, and it would never let the corpse leave its eyes, never ever leaving. You adopted me back then, and in this life, I'll do everything I can to repay you. The Emperor's body has appeared again. The black dog growled, and its old eyes were filled with tears. It remembered too many things of the past. Outside the realm, In the primal chaos, someone sighed. Is there a need for this? You're already so old, yet you're still fighting with your life. Isn't this forcing me to accompany you to death? Are you really going to fight in the end again? This person was also disappointed and sad. He said softly, Actually, you're not the only one left. I'm still half alive. You dog, why can't you think it through? Fine, why don't we just return and die together? Chapter 1469. An extremely old and furless black dog with murky tears in its old eyes carried the emperor's corpse on its back, trying its best to straighten its hunched back. This life doesn't have much time left. I want to bring you back. This was its wish. How could such a powerful, celestial emperor die? It wanted him to come back to life. However, it didn't have much time left. If it didn't fight for the last time, it might never have another chance. Old wounds were difficult to heal. Coupled with the fact that its vitality had already dried up, it only had a short journey left in its declining life. Time was like a knife that would eventually cut everything. It couldn't hold on any longer, but it really wanted to see his extraordinary, invincible body return. It wanted to see him break the soul river with a roar and see him punch the four extremities floating earth. The glorious years would reappear. While it was on its way, something broke through the air and blocked its path. The black dog stopped in its tracks, its pupils dilating. A rotting hand weakly passed through space, bringing an animal skin book to its eyes. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. As long as you're still here and haven't returned to dust, in the future, there might be a turning point. Work hard and endure. Both of us will live. There weren't many words, but there was a heavy sense of worry and concern in the vicissitudes of life, as well as a reluctance to leave this world. He advised the black dog not to be impulsive. The hand looked a little fat, perhaps swollen. It was grayish-black and smelled rotten. It was unbearable to look at. What kind of disaster had it gone through, but it was still stubbornly alive. The black dog was a little stunned at the sight of the hand. It was about to bare its teeth, but in the end, there was only sadness. In the chaos, a man without a right hand sat there weakly and sighed. If you choose to go, I'll go with you and fight in the Soul River's ultimate land again. But, you dog, you have to work hard to stay alive. The people of the past were all dead. There weren't many left. War after war that concerned the survival of the worlds had drained the vitality of their generation, and they were covered in wounds. It was an unimaginable sacrifice, but not many people knew about it now. How many heroes had withered, leaving behind only ruins? The black dog's eyes were red. The animal skin book that its rotting hands had brought with it was filled with the years of the past, as well as its reluctance to leave this world. If they were alive, they were the final proof and traces left behind by the people of that generation. If they were to die, then there would be nothing left, and even the traces would be completely erased. What glory was there to talk about? Even if it had existed, it would be buried in the dust of history and forgotten by the later generations. But I still want to go. I want to fight again. I'm not satisfied. The black dog roared at the sky. Although it was emaciated, it held its head high. It carried the emperor corpse on its back. It turned around to look at the rotting hand and the beast skin book, and then took a step forward with difficulty. At the end of the Soul River, in the world behind the door, after the man in the black light activated the clock piece in bronze, he became quiet. Whether it was to release the news or to find someone to take the blame, he actually had no intention of harming anyone. What was he trying to do? He wanted to stir up a big matter and threaten the Soul River. If they didn't give him any benefits, he would fight a bloody battle to the end and cripple this place. At this stage, the Soul River seemed very unwilling to start a war. He found someone to be the scapegoat, or rather, he pulled someone along with him. He wanted to subdue the enemy without a fight and intimidate the creatures in the Soul River. That dog, that emperor won't live for long. He sighed softly. If he could find the medicine that the dog wanted, it might change many things. The fates of the dead might even be reshaped. The effects would be far-reaching and boundless. It might even shake the foundations of the past and present. As for those people and those things, he had heard of them before. He was one of the few who knew the truth. When he was young, he yearned for it greatly. His blood surged, and he set that resplendent world as his goal. At this stage, he sighed. The white crow was communicating with him through sound transmission. He lowered his stance slightly and said that he would give him 2 ancestral talisman papers and let him leave immediately. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? I want 100, and you're giving me 2? Dead duck. The man in the black light raised his eyebrows, and divine light shot out from his pupils. He held the long metal piece that had fallen off the bronze coffin and was about to strike it. The white crow's expression was gloomy. How many years had passed? How many epochs had passed? Where would he find 100 of those talisman papers? Even if he rummaged through all the reincarnation pits that existed, were broken, were buried, and disappeared, he wouldn't even be able to find 100. You are making things difficult for me. Where am I going to find them for you? I have already expressed my sincerity. Are you sure you want to fight? The white crow's expression was cold to the extreme. His 2 wings released a blinding white light, as if a deathly white sun was burning and releasing a destructive substance. You dare not speak properly with me again. The man in the black light was ridiculously domineering. He threatened him face to face like this, and he even took action. Symbols extended out from the long bronze piece in his hand. He used energy to construct an indistinct bronze coffin, and the coffin lid was the first to form. With a hong sound, he smashed the coffin lid over, directly smacking the powerful and intimidating white crow. The white crow was furious. How many years had it been since someone dared to make a move against him like this? Today, he was provoked again and again. Don't take my patience for the greater good and treat it as weakness. When I massacred all the worlds in the past, I didn't even know where your master was. While speaking, the white crow's body didn't change. It was still a foot long, but its wings shone and the feathers on them rose sharply. They were like 100,000 heavenly swords, ringing loudly. Then, all the white feathers turned into rainbows, all of them as thick as mountains. They pierced through the void and pierced forward. They were comparable to heavenly spears, incomparably sharp. Clang, clang, clang. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The white feathers released blinding light, turning into heavenly spears. They all pierced forward, and even the soul rivers were boiling and burning. Every feather formed a spear point, carrying a sea of soul force. They surged and surged like a sea of stars. It was shocking. However, all of the feathers were blocked by the coffin lid. The bronze coffin lid was like a world-suppressing demonic mountain. It pressed down, blocking all things covering the world, and blocking the 100,000 flying feathers. Dang, dang, dang. Great Tao fiery light splashed out, order breaking apart. This place became chaotic, space and time even caving in. Damn duck, there's something wrong with your state. The male in the dark light carried the coffin lid, directly pressing over. He walked up step by step, forcing his way to the high ground ahead, overlooking the white crow. On the white crow's tail, a special feather shone, rising sharply like a phoenix feather. It led to the limits of the soul river, connecting to a certain ultimate place. At this time, the aura on its body became different, as if it immediately increased a great deal. Its face was cold as it said, "Don't force me. If you really force my complete body to appear, the consequences will be unimaginable. I won't return until the heavens are dyed in blood." Then, it relaxed its expression and said, "What exactly do you want? What exactly do I want?" The black hair of the male in the dark light danced in the wind. His entire face was white, his eyes incomparably sharp, his heroic spirit pressing down, and his powerful aura explosively increased. From a long-term perspective, I want to flatten you all, overturn the floating earth of the 4 extremes, bury the world's burial pit, and sort out the ancient reincarnation road before the age of collapse of emperors. And never mind, I don't want to go too far. In the distance, the white crow was dumbfounded. Even a creature like it felt that the man in the dark light had gone crazy. What was he thinking? Had he lost his mind? After a sigh, the man in the dark light was no longer so powerful, and somewhat gloomy, he said, "And right now, I only want her to live." He lowered his head, looking at a dim petal that had already withered, leaving only a faint fragrance. What future? What general trend? If he couldn't even protect the people around him, couldn't even protect a beauty that was trying her best to keep up with his footsteps, then what qualifications did he have to talk about breaking out of this situation and changing the world? Thinking of this, the man in the dark light pressed forward like a mountain, saying, "I only want her to live. I've said it many times, give me another 100 ancestral talisman papers. Are you going to give them or not?" This negotiation could no longer continue. Encountering a madman, this was the rhythm of the crow's death. The white crow was so angry that it wanted to curse. However, due to a certain concern, it did not want to cause the ultimate earthquake in the depths of the Soul River. Right now, I wanted to focus on calming down all the unstable factors. It took a deep breath and said, "If you want a person to reincarnate, one talisman paper is enough. Why do you need so many? The person is no longer here. The corpse has rotted into dust. The soul has turned into light rain. Who will use the talisman paper? How can one be enough?" The man in the dark light opened his mouth. His voice was low. "I want more. I want to use the remaining supreme power of the ancestral talisman paper to once again condense a strand of her soul. Perhaps I can create something out of nothing and let her return." The white crow's eyes were not friendly, and there was coldness in the depth of his eyes. She was already dead, and her soul was gone, yet you still want to mess around and still want to talk about reincarnation? No wonder he wanted 100 pieces of ancestral talisman paper. He wanted to borrow the supreme power of the legendary person to create something out of nothing. This was no longer a matter of Tao and creation. It was indescribable and incomprehensible. The white crow clenched its teeth. This was not realistic. Even the Soul River could not provide it. The ancestral talisman paper left behind by that person was almost used up. So many years had passed. How could there be so many left? Even in the various worlds, some unimaginable old fellows had some in their hands, but even all of them added up would not be enough. Moreover, who would take them out? The white crow said, "You have to understand, we indeed do not have many. Back then, we were not on good terms with that person, and we did not want to have any contact with him. These were obtained from the later generations. They cannot satisfy you." What a nice way of putting it. Not on good terms? Not willing to have contact? You are the ones hiding, not daring to come out. The man in the dark light taunted. The white crow was furious. That was an indescribable period of time. The Soul River was isolated from the outside world for some reason and fell into a crisis. In addition to that person's appearance, the Soul River became even quieter. It said coldly, "That person's strength is something we all admit, but it doesn't mean that we are invincible, that we cannot fight. It is because of our own problems." Back then, the source of the Soul River changed. Its words were extremely cold and also extremely apathetic. Anyone needs time to grow. Back then, if not for the Soul River changing, do you believe that the Soul River's strength would not be able to stop anyone? However, that person rose up. What could you all do? Later on, he was still messing with you all, also searching for the limits of the underworld, wanting to burn the earth of the four extremes. If not for an even more pressing reason, leaving in a hurry, I reckon that even your father would have long become a dead duck. The existences behind your clan would have already breathed their last and kicked their legs. You can be insolent, you can act impudently towards me, but there are some existences that cannot be slandered by you, cannot be humiliated. They are unmatched, truly overlooking the endless ages, watching as great eras change one after another. Even if that person returned, he still wouldn't be able to pacify them. What a joke! Do you dare to use the special altar of the Soul River's ultimate land? Use it to burn the Tao, burn the ancestral talisman paper, chant that person's name, provoke that person, and see if he would come back and destroy you all. Heavenly Emperor-level existences are very strong, but no matter how great a person is, Even if he defies the heavens and earth, even if he messes up the river of time, he still can't change the true general trend. It's not like there haven't been such existences before. Before the age of emperor collapse, it was truly dazzling, but the blood was also very cold. Incomparably great experts, they were still all killed. The White Crow said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask, do you dare to use that altar of yours to summon that person back?" The man in the black light said, "He has long disappeared. There has been no news of him for many years. Many people have been looking for him, but they have all failed and have long since lost contact." The White Crow said indifferently, "Fine, he has disappeared, and we won't look for him anymore. Do you dare to awaken the heavenly emperor who fought in this battle back then? Let's fight again." The man in the black light said, "You seem to know some things." The White Crow revealed a look of surprise, and at the same time a little apprehensive. There were some secrets that perhaps even the survivors of the battle back then didn't know completely. I also know that back then, it wasn't just your soul river ultimate land that acted. There were other things that emerged from the ancient underworld, monsters that crawled out of the heavenly emperor burial pit. The man in the black light said coldly, "Who are you really? With your identity, with your age, it's impossible for you to come into contact with these things." The White Crow was really a little apprehensive. "I'm one of those who delivered your funeral bell." The man in the black light replied coldly, "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's fight." The White Crow said coldly. It retreated by itself, a special feather on its tail that was as dazzling as the plume of a phoenix, no longer pure white, but emitted a strange demonic light. At the same time, it was like a 9-colored mother gold chain, locking it up and bringing it flying backwards, about to enter the Soul River Ultimate Land. However, it didn't completely disappear, only retreating far enough, and then ordered, "Kill him." In fact, the man in the black light made the first move the moment it retreated. The great bell smashed over in a long and drawn-out manner. The White Crow trembled violently, its whole body covered in multicolored light to resist. Buzz. At the same time, many creatures appeared in this short moment. The riverside of the Soul River was no longer a sandy land, but a low-karst cave. All kinds of densely packed insects swarmed out, pouncing toward the black light. These insects were similar to the ones that had previously crawled in and out of the rotting flesh of the great universe-level beings. Each insect was as long as a finger, and they tore through space, leaving behind long tails of light that carried dense, ominous matter. It was as if tens of thousands of arrows had shot out in unison, exploding space. Kill! The great bell instantly covered the sky. It covered all the insects and collected them inside. Then the man rang the bell. Rumble. Inside, the divinity granules boiled, the ancestral Tao substance surged, and all the insects wailed in anguish, struggling incessantly. Each of them overflowed with endless divine energy, and they were actually ridiculously powerful. However, what did they encounter this time? The Emperor's bell. Even though it was damaged, and only the size of a palm, they couldn't resist this kind of vibration. With a bang, all of the insects exploded into pieces in the end. Heavenly Insect, 9 transformations, cocoon rebirth, shouted the White Crow in the distance. It was controlling the swarm of insects. Wong, wong, wong. The void trembled and then exploded. Many more powerful insects flew out from the karst cave, all of them carrying light cocoons. These were ancestral insects of an even more powerful level. There weren't as many as before, but they were definitely several times more powerful. They actually disturbed time. They were merely insects, yet they were entangled by time fragments. What level of creature was this? If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely gasp. Is this the initial form of a calamity insect that can slaughter the world? The man in the black light said softly. But he didn't care about these things and attacked again. He suddenly shook the bell, and the bell waves swept out like 108,000 sword lights. They immediately caused the void to explode. Not far away, the soul river also exploded, and the soul light of many powerful beings appeared. They were screaming and wailing, and each wave contained a powerful soul. Chi-chi. Many insect cocoons trembled lightly, and then they released terrifying insect cries. Now, those burning souls rose from the soul river, turning into pure soul matter. They were all guided over and absorbed by the heavy cocoons. Could it be that you still want to break out of the cocoon and transform into butterflies? Die! The man in the black light shouted. A light shout sounded. The space between his brows shone, activating the two weapons in his hands, blasting the area in front of him. All types of cocoons shattered, howling in grief. Endless ancestral insects died. However, there were a few ancestral insects that attached themselves to the undying karst cave that survived. They were silvery white and intimidating, not about to turn into butterflies. Maggots. Not all insects can turn into butterflies because there are maggots, worthy of being the filthy things nurtured at the end of the soul river. The man in the black light mocked. Shut up, the white crow said coldly, his gaze intimidating. That man was too sarcastic. How could he be a maggot? This was the initial form of a calamity insect, currently in the process of evolution. As expected, there were insects that didn't die. In that instant, their auras erupted, frantically absorbing the power of the soul river, as well as devouring the energy and nutrients of their companions that exploded around them. The insects that were left behind were especially powerful, all types of terrifying irregular scenes curling about their bodies. It was as if stellar rivers were splitting apart, solar stars exploding, the cosmos sinking. They were evolving towards the final form of a calamity insect. Legend had it that there were 10 types of calamity insects in this world, all of them possessing world-slaughtering power. Once they turned into complete bodies, they were immeasurable, able to kill dragons for food, devour the sun and moon as nutrients. Hiding in the darkness, if you aren't maggots, then what are you? All of you die. The man in the black light shouted. Several insects screamed crazily. They rushed at each other, devouring each other, wishing to advance to the very peak, become the only one. However, this time, the man in the black light was incomparably cold. His hands seemed to have become transparent, activating endless power. Meanwhile, the two weapons in his hands had truly revived, to the extent where it could even be said that they were revived. If God obstructs, slay God. If Buddha obstructs, slay Buddha. The heavens collapsed, and the earth split apart. Endless howls sounded from the soul river, time itself becoming chaotic, as if the past and present were reversed. Forget about the fact that these weren't even the final form of calamity insects. Even if the source of the 10 great calamity insects came, it still wouldn't be enough. The two weapons revived, blasting everything apart. When only 2 of the insects were left, they exploded, even the cave behind them collapsing, turning into nothingness. That was the bug nest, rich Tao ancestor matter, but in the end, it still turned into ashes. However, the man in the black light still felt a bit of restraining fear. This soul river was too special. The ancestral insects raised here could actually evolve so quickly. If he didn't kill them, could it be that a true ultimate calamity insect would appear in such a short amount of time? How long? The man in the black light didn't stop. The 2 revived weapons were still activated, powerfully blasting forward, blasting the white crow's body. The white crow's wings moved, dazzling silver light surging, but it was still seriously injured. White feathers flew about, its body dyed in blood. If not for its special tail, feather absorbing special matter from the ultimate land, as well as guiding over unmatched soul light, quickly protecting its body, it would have most likely exploded. You are forcing me. The white crow was furious. In the depths of the soul river, where the ultimate calamity earth was, terrifying fluctuations were released. Heaven and earth were about to collapse, strange and inauspicious matter surging like a tide, drowning out this place. Are you going to return it or not? It shouted. At this moment, anyone could tell that there really was something wrong with the Soul River. It was angered to the extreme, but at the last moment, it was still trying to avoid aggravating the situation. Bring over the ancestral symbol papers. The man in the black light said coldly. Here, there are only 4. All of them are yours, go. The white crow said through clenched teeth. In that instant, several especially simple and unadorned papers flew over, entering the black light. They were simple and ordinary, only a jar engraved on them. What did it look like? A milk jar? It was because one could vaguely make out a pure and immature smiling face accompanying it there. The corners of the man in the black light twitched. This was what was drawn on the ancestral symbol papers. That person really was. However, soon after, his expression became serious again, recalling a few legends. The happier that youth was in his youth, the more sorrowful he became later on. Perhaps, in that person's heart, only a carefree childhood was the happiest moment of his life. Therefore, when that person carved the ancestral symbol papers, he directly left behind that eternal period of time in his heart, entrusted his emotions, and forgot about his worries. Thinking of this, he looked at the ancestral symbol papers again. They were no longer graffiti, nor were they playful and mischievous works, but they were incomparably heavy, so heavy that one could not breathe. Although it looked like a childish smile, it hid great sorrow, and an endless heavy aura assaulted one's face. A person's loneliness, a person's long journey, only leaving behind a final legend, never to be seen again. No, you guys still have more. Take them all out, at least 10. The man in the black light shouted. The white crow had had enough. The man in the black light was too strong, too hateful, even more despicable than the black dog in the past, wanting to snatch everything it saw. It really wanted to say, "What is your relationship?" Fortunately, after so many years, it finally could not see that dog again. It should be dead. The white crow let out a long sigh. Woof! In the void, a dog was approaching, sneezing madly along the way. Who is showing me such malice, such strong malice? See if I don't bite you to death. The black dog ran on its hind legs, its copper bell-like eyes shining, and its bald tail raised high. Is it an illusion? The white crow was suspicious. It had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. It was extremely ominous. However, this made it feel a little absurd. Wasn't their place the source of the ominous? Strange. Third sect leader, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.